Good evening. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, September 6, 2022. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our Township website. Please all stand to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to take a moment of silence to remember both Peter Blanchard and Maureen Ogden, who were citizens of our community that have recently passed away. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Thaw-Eglow?
Here.
Mr. Vinayak?
Here.
Mr. Wasserman?
Here.
Mayor Miggins?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Tonight, we are confirming 2 members to the fire department. It's resolution 22-200. Chief Echeverria, will you please step forward and talk to us about these 2 wonderful gentlemen?
Thank you, Mayor Miggins. Good evening, Mayor Miggins, Deputy Mayor Thaw-Eglow, Township Committee members, Alex McDonald, colleagues, friends, and family. On behalf of all the employees of the Millburn Fire Department, please accept my appreciation for the long-standing support that we received from the Township Committee and the community. It's my great honor and pleasure to be able to introduce the 2 candidates for appointment tonight. First one up is Eva Rosales.
He's gone after, but a pre-applause is nice too.
Eva turns around.
It's okay. We got this.
Eva Rosales is being hired to the position of probationary firefighter. Eva was born in Newark, New Jersey, and raised in Irvington, New Jersey. He attended Irvington High School and graduated in 2012. He currently lives in Orange, New Jersey. In 2012, Eva enlisted in the United States Army National Guard as an infantryman and attained the rank of sergeant. Eva deployed to Bahrain in 2015 as a rifleman, and then again to Africa in 2019 as a truck commander for the U.S. Embassy Quick Reaction Force. In addition, Eva and his platoon received an Army Achievement Medal for the selfless duty of safely rescuing 4 U.S. Army soldiers during a horrific flash flood that destroyed and washed away military equipment. Eva is joined today by his 8-year-old son, Nathan, and his girlfriend, Alexandra. Probationary firefighter Rosales will be assigned to the training division for the next 3 months. Mayor.
Do you want to do the second
Oh,
one?
do both, okay.
Yeah, do both.
Daniel Melillo.
Thank you.
Daniel Melillo is being hired for the position of probationary firefighter. Daniel was born and raised in Westfield, New Jersey. He attended Westfield High School and graduated in 2007. He currently lives in Westfield, New Jersey. Daniel has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Washington State University, which he completed with honors in 2019. After college, he worked full-time in various management positions for different retail companies. His girlfriend, Melissa, mother, Carolyn, father, Michael, and younger sister, Megan, joined Dan today. In addition, probationary firefighter Melillo will be assigned to the training division for the next 3 months. Mayor.
Thank you. So may I have a motion to approve resolution 22-200, which confirms these promotions?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Phil Eglo.
Yes.
Mr. Vanayak.
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Chief, do you want to administer, or no, Christine, Miss Gaddy? Thank you.
Who would like to go first? You want to go first? Wonderful. Just take a seat. Want your family to come up and
Yes.
hold the Bible? Wonderful.
Stand.
Figure stand.
Standing.
Yes, yes, yes. I don't want to get crap. Let me move to the side so you can in the front. Raise your hand. I state your name,
I, Eva Rosales,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
I will support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of firefighter of the Millburn Township Fire Department
of firefighter of the Millburn Township Fire Department
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations and welcome to the team.
Raise your right hand. I state your name,
I, Daniel Malone,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
I will support the Constitution
I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will faithfully discharge duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of firefighter of the Millburn Township Fire Department
of firefighter of the Millburn Township Fire Department
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Gaddy.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. We're just going to take a 2-minute break. Thank you. 2-minute recess. We will now consider reports. Our professionals and committee members may directly report on matters under their purview. Please direct reports on matters, don't request dialogue of other members. I'm going to start with Business Administrator Alex Mcdonald. Do you have any matters to report on, sir?
Yes, I just have two brief reports. One is that recently the joint meeting, and certainly Committeewoman Purvis can add to anything that I've stated, but the joint meeting has met to discuss some costs associated with the flood mitigation project that has been in the works for the last 5 to 6 years. As some may recall, this project was a resiliency project being funded 90% by FEMA to combat against things that occurred at that particular site during Sandy, which is down in Elizabeth. They have recently gone out to to bid the first phase. And I think as most of us are experiencing, whether in our own business lives or in private, there's an escalation of the costs associated with that project. Those costs are fairly significant, and the joint meeting has held 2 emergency meetings to discuss that with those representatives on their board, and we'll be asking for a resolution by each of the member communities to commit to continuing to fund this project despite those escalation costs, and in light of the commitment from FEMA to still fund 90% of the project. For Millburn, as a 4% stakeholder in the joint meeting, it's not as significant as other members such as Elizabeth or Irvington or larger communities. So we will be coming back to the full committee with some additional information, as well as that resolution. They're asking that resolution to be passed by October 19th. I think if Mr. Laracy and I were also on that call, and we looked at the additional costs to the township, given the 90% reimbursement, would be an additional $800,000 for the entire project. So again, we'll come back with additional information, but it is still a FEMA funded project. They are experiencing escalation. There were some delays with the DEP review of those plans. There was also, it's a very large project, as you can imagine, with a $100 million project. But again, that's what's going on with the joint meeting and this project. It's still a very important project from a flood resiliency standpoint, and the disruption costs that could result from that sewer treatment facility not functioning correctly. So we'll be back to the Township Committee with that information in their resolution as well. So just wanted to kind of provide a brief update on that. Also, just did want to mention with the start of school, obviously we're continuing to push some information out regarding safety, slowing down, not passing school buses, watching out for pedestrians, all of that. Just want to continue to caution the community. As a member of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, along with Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo, just want to continue to push that message and make sure people are being safe. The Marion Avenue Bridge is expected to be another 3 weeks. I think they said toward the end of September that road would be reopened, and we're continuing construction, up at the Hobart Gap, signalized intersection. Again, just as a reminder, that will not be completed for a few months as a result of disruption in supply chain and getting the mast arms for that signal. So just wanted to remind everybody in the community about that.
Alex, can you also just let everybody know about Tour de Millburn? Because today's the last day to register.
Yeah, I'll defer to Jesse. He's been sort of heading that up. So Jesse, if you want to report on Tour de Millburn.
Yeah, Tour de Millburn will take place on Sunday, September 18th. This is what, the third year that we've done it? The third year. Today is the last day to register. You can get more information on the township website. And if you're interested in volunteering that day to set up, there are a bunch of lawn signs that Bike Walk Millburn installs on people's property to basically guide people on the right path. If you're available that morning to assist them, there's information on the website to reach out.
Yeah, I think they also need people to help register as well, so.
Yes.
About the safety, I had a parent reach out to me today, and I guess it's the first few days of school. And because the bridge was closed last year in Springfield, it was much easier for the cars coming down by St. Rose when they're dropping off for the high school. So is there any way, and I'm not an engineer, is there any way to extend that light, that left turn? Because
So it's already been done.
can it, the traffic is backing all the way up to the train station between, say, 7:15 and 8 PM. Is there any way they can look at it? Is there also any way to direct the kids that are coming down, say, Short Hills Avenue, to go, instead of crossing at the light, to go closer to the high school, down farther on that side of Millburn Avenue, be directed to cross the street by the police officer that's down there? The traffic really is building up a lot. And so that's all of the Poet section that's coming in there. It's all high. It's like some parts of Deerfield that there's really no way to get to the high school except for Short Hills Avenue, unless you're coming from the South Mountain section or the Wyoming section and you're coming that way.
Yeah, I mean, I
we
think
can look at that.
one thing is it's the first 3 days of school. So let's see, I think we would just evaluate and see how that goes for a while. Certainly the first few days, everybody's driving their kids to school or they're not carpooling, whatever the case may be, or they're unfamiliar with the route. I think we just give it a little while, evaluate it. It is difficult. Every school experiences 15 to 20 minutes of chaos because you're putting hundreds of cars in a concentrated area. So to be able to sort of rectify it with a little longer arrow, it may be difficult, but I'll take your suggestions as well back to the traffic bureau and see what they had to say.
Awesome.
It's a good plug for carpooling.
Yes.
Like,
And Buzz, Alice, can I do a follow-up? Someone also reached out to me that at the Board of Ed, it's also like chaos and an accident waiting to happen. Kids crossing, cars pulling in, cars pulling out. I don't know if it might be worth a few officers overtime to get the Board of Ed at that spot, and maybe a ticket blitz. I know that's not going to be popular, but no one is stopping at stop signs still, and we don't want it to be a tragedy. So maybe some officers overtime to beginning of school, ticket blitz in certain places. I don't know, there's a lot of issues with safety, and it is our residence. We all live here. We're all driving like this. So.
Yeah, I'll ask the traffic bureau how the first few days of school have been going and whether there's any assistance that needs to be made there.
Because there's not a crosswalk at the Board of Ed, is there?
No, there's not.
And everyone is crossing there. So anyway, okay, thank you.
it's been a very consistent and long conversation
Yes.
about that crosswalk.
I know.
Sure. Maybe we need to look into doing that. I'm just going to start with my reports. Earlier, we honored and remembered Maureen Ogden and Peter Blanchard. Peter Blanchard, we had received an email from Mr. Kirsch, one of our residents, who thought it would be something for us to look into naming Short Hills Park Blanchard Park, since his family was instrumental in donating that land to us. So it might be something we wish to look at. The Blanchard family was, conservation was very important to them, and Greenwood Gardens was very important to them. And so I think that might be something we could look at. It's Mr. Kirsch's idea, and I thought it was a grand idea.
Yeah,
Mr. Mazer, I'm sorry, Mr. Mazer, I apologize, Mr. Mazer. And also Maureen Ogden, she's very interesting. She was very much, she served as our deputy mayor, and she was the first female mayor in the township of Millburn. And she was very much into conservation and natural resources and energy. So she created a $350 million fund that would be used to preserve open space. And that money was used for farmland and historic preservation. And she also targeted raising $1 billion over the decade to be used to preserve 1 million acres of land and farmland and open space. And I think it's important we recognize both of those people. And just do it, they're part of our fabric of our lives, and they've done so much for our town. So I just wanted to, and there's wonderful information with the Millburn Short Hills Historical Society that they have also on the Blanchard. So I would recommend looking at that information with Greenwood Gardens. Also, the Environmental Commission. The Environmental Commission is going to be making a presentation on October 18th about invasive species. And so I think it's important that we all listen to that. Also,
Wait, are they proposing something? I
they're
just think-
bringing it to us with a speaker. It's interesting. It was a report that had been done a few years ago with Tom Doty, and they had come to us last year, and they're coming back to reintroduce the invasive species and to discuss it with us as a township. We also had someone here last meeting about bamboo, and he's been put in touch with Reed as well.
So is there a way to get the resolution that they're bringing posted like as soon as possible? If we know that's coming, if it's in a final form so that our community can see it and not just see it when
That
it goes
evening,
out with
sure.
the agenda, so
Sure.
that they can have time to ask questions and comments and really digest it
Sure.
before we discuss it or present it.
Absolutely. Also, I was speaking to somebody who's been following that gas station that is, well, it's been abandoned since 2009, Alex, right? So when that gas station went on fire, nothing's happened with it. So I guess my question is, it's 2009, it's now 2022. Is there any way we can possibly look to either condemn the property or buy the property or do something with the property? Maybe even turn it into like a little pocket park down in that area of Millburn? Is there something we can, because it's been sitting abandoned and it just looks terrible. And it's not fair to the residents that live down there. And I know I asked down in Vauxhall. We have contributed since that time to the county in an open space tax over $20 million. So I don't know why we couldn't do something to figure out a way to, it's the gateway into our town, you know, wouldn't that be nice? It's a little pocket park. Welcome to Millburn.
I mean, you think the county is gonna make a pocket park there for us?
I think we could ask them for money. I think we should, rather than sitting abandoned.
Right,
and-
well, Priya Patel,
That's
right, has, and Alex and I mean, we've been in constant conversation
Correct.
around this, and I think
Correct.
Amy Lawrence is involved in it too, and Diane, so
Correct.
Alex, I
that's-
mean, this is conversation's been going on for a while.
I understand that. And so being on environmental, that's why I'm bringing it up, because Priya and I were discussing it.
Yeah,
And I said, well, let's figure out if we give the county that type of money, maybe there's a way we could ask them for some of it back. Maybe we could turn it into a park rather than it just sitting there. I mean, $20 million since
but somebody
2009.
owns that, and I don't think that they're willing to sell it at this point.
Well, it won't be known until there's, Priya's been working with them with their LSRP and the contamination. So we'll see. It's something I thought that we should talk about because it's environmental commission. So we've been talking about it in our meetings.
And that property also floods on occasion because it's in a flood area.
Okay, so that's good to know.
So Mayor,
But we're
Yes,
basically
sir.
like,
I'm sorry, Sanjay
Yeah.
speaking.
so just,
Oh.
just,
God, don't stare at me that way.
just when you asked the county, I've tried reaching out to county as well, for the field in JFK Expressway,
Sure.
just to see if they're willing to give any money for us. And I was told that they give every alternate year, like $20,000 for
That's-
Taylor Park.
Okay,
And I've been thinking about how to reach out to them, where we put in a lot of in the open space.
sure.
So maybe when you reach out for this, we can also
For
tag
JFK.
along the JFK Expressway field. if
No,
we
this
can.
is under new business. I think we should, it's under, for new business. I think we're taking up report time, which I thought was strictly
No,
reports.
this is the, under
This is
environmental.
regarding reaching
This
out
is-
to
Okay, it's also under, it's under new business. We can.
Okay.
Right, Diane put up, but it's great. We'll come back to it, Diane. Great job.
It's,
There you go.
I'm just talking about environmental commission. Alex, you talked about the Marion Avenue Bridge. I want to recognize the police and fire department on that fire, that 3-alarm fire that we had a few weeks ago at, on Millburn Avenue. There was thank goodness, we did have one police officer who suffered smoke inhalation. He's fine. And we had one firefighter at a cut, but he's okay. And thank goodness, nobody was hurt besides that. And it was handled quite well. There are 8 families still out, Alex, with, without housing for probably a few months, correct?
8 units.
8 units,
That
okay.
were not livable.
Okay, awesome. We have.
Do we know how that fire, what that fire was?
It was a
how it was started?
fan in the attic, some type of a fan in the attic,
Yeah, that is my understanding.
an attic fan.
A fan in the attic. And it
Scary.
was contained to the roof and the cock loft that sort of runs along the building.
And we used our drone, and the drone could see with the heat from the drone, could see how the fire was going so that they could cut it off. I thought that was kind of cool. I'm excited. We're going to be having a shredding event in town on 9/24 at the DPW, Alex.
No.
Where are we having it?
It'll be in lot 19.
Lot 19. Okay.
Where's lot 19?
Yeah,
You're the only one who knows that, Alex.
corner of Essex and Spring Street, where businesses park and town employees park. So yeah, it'll be in that lot.
Kind of by the former Wells Fargo,
Yeah. Former Rimback, if you've been here for a long time.
former.
Okay, so that's exciting. Do you have to sign up for it? How do you want the people in town to know? About it?
We'll be pushing information out, and people can find out about it on our social media channels as well as the website. But generally speaking, it'll be for residents only. You'll have to show ID or proof of residency, and there will be a box limit to it. I know these things can get very popular, and it will not be for businesses at this point in time. It's the first time that the township has sponsored such an event, and we just want to make sure it goes smoothly. So we're just going to ask people to be patient, and certainly if it goes well, we can talk about.
How'd that come about?
It was just, it was a conversation. I think the mayor had brought it up at one point, and so we looked into it. And because we have a relationship with FileBank, who does our shredding as well as our filing here, and they gave us a good price on it. So
What's the
What
date
it,
again?
how much is it
September 20th.
September
It's about
20th.
$1,000.
for them to come and all the residents?
One truck. Yep, one truckload for. So essentially, it's like 2 boxes, I think, per resident, and they'll last for about 4 hours.
But it's a nice thing to do for the
Okay, wait, so I
residents.
wasn't paying attention to the beginning. What
The
time?
24th.
What time?
It'll be 8 to 12, right, Justin?
8 to 12.
And information will be blasted. It'll be on the website and social media.
There's going to be a walking club. They're going to be meeting and walking around South Mountain Reservoir for anyone who wants to go to that. And that starts on September 9th from 10 to 11. There is pre-registration required. And you can email JEKelly@livingstonnj.org. We're looking to get the Essex County Clerk's Office to come in and have people who wish to be notaries. So stay tuned for that. We're looking to do something in October. And they're looking to work on getting people passports for next year. So we're looking for a date for next year for people to update or get passports. Also, Assemblyman McKeon is working on bringing a mobile truck to us for renewals for driver's licenses. So as soon as we have that, we'll get you that information. I just want to remind everyone that you can still get COVID shots Thursday and Friday from 2 to 7 and Saturday 8 to 2 at the old Sears building. And you can register at essexcovid.org, or you can call at 877-8456 in area code 973. And we're waiting to hear on flu shots. We haven't heard about that yet. Mr. Cosgrove had sent us a letter in reference to the fair share housing, because as you know, in 2025, there'll be a new round of fair share housing. And he sent us a letter about how Wall Township has a committee on it. So stay tuned to, we're going to look at that, and we're going to look at a couple other towns and how they're handling it. And there'll be applications for committees for the town as well, because there's boards that'll be needing filling. And so start looking for that to go out on our website.
Wait, who's looking into forming a committee?
We're
about
looking
that?
into,
And-
Mr. Cosgrove asked that we look into.
Oh, no, I got the email.
Yes,
Yeah,
that-
so who's we? You said we're looking into forming. I mean, normally.
No, we're not, what we're going to do is we're looking at that and a few other towns, and we want to look at different things so that we should start to think about getting ready for the 2025 round and looking at how we're going to handle that and having.
But when you say we, who's we? I get you, because you're saying we, so I'm assuming it's
Attorney,
you.
business administrator.
Oh, but who gave them that direction? Like normally when we form a committee, and I formed PSAB, like it's a big conversation that we have very publicly. It's not just.
Which is what we're doing now, and that's what we're
This
doing.
is a report. This is not actually.
I'm saying Mr. Cosgrove asked us to
So
bring
you're
up his
reporting
letter.
on
Yes.
Mr. Cos, and you just said we, like it was finalized. This is supposed
No.
to be a decision that's brought under new business.
Nothing is finalized.
But you just
Ms.
said,
Krupas,
oh,
all
don't,
I said was that we're
we're looking
at-
into, that's not how it works. Like who gave you that, Brad? Like, please explain to Maggie how committees get formed.
I think,
Because it's not we, this royal we, meaning Maggie and you.
No, I didn't say that, Ms. Krupas.
Yes, you did.
I think Ms. Prupus might be asking the mayor, after facts are gathered, forming a committee would be a township committee decision,
Correct.
correct?
But who is
Correct.
directing you guys to gather the
Nobody-
facts?
This is the first I'm hearing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
why
we're
would you
just-
say we're doing this? Am I crazy, people? Like, what is going on? You said it. No, Maggie. You just said it. You said we.
Sorry.
Sorry. So,
No, I'm saying
please
Mr. Cosgrove asked us
so
to
Mr.
bring up.
Cosgrove is looking into,
No,
he's gonna
Mr.
direct
Cos-
Alex and Brad?
No, no.
So tell me the process.
What I'm saying is Mr. Cosgrove asked us to bring up this letter about Wall Township in the 2025.
We all got the letter. yeah.
Okay, so we're just discussing it. That's all. We're
Who's-
just.
This is reports.
We
So now this is discussion?
Because-
Great. This is new business?
No, because I happen to sit on the Fair Share Housing Committee with with Diane now.
Unless
And
Mr.
Richard.
Cosgrove does not sit on this committee.
I didn't ask him to, no, excuse me.
It's a little confusing.
Maggie,
Okay,
you
thank you.
totally just said, we're gonna look into this, and
No.
I don't know who's we. You?
Thank you.
So to be clear, we're not looking into anything. Brad and Alex aren't, Mr. Cosgrove, Brad and Alex aren't looking into anything until we as a committee discuss this publicly and
Correct.
decide whether or not to direct our business administrator and our attorney, not yours, not your attorney, our attorney, to do work that is done by 3 people voting on it.
Yes, but we have discussed this previously in other meetings.
What
Ms.
meetings?
Prupus. We had discussed looking at the future of 2025.
Yes,
with
I
Fair
actually
Share.
brought that up.
Correct.
So,
So maybe you'll serve on it.
no, Maggie,
Thank you.
Maggie, no, don't thank me because I'm
also-
actually like calling you out on something that you did very wrong procedurally. Just say you're right, Tara.
Tara, you're always right.
No, I'm not always right,
Um,
but this time I am.
We did talk about, and I didn't get to talk about this the last time because I had to ask council about the testing of the land, because we can't just make decisions up here ourselves. So I did speak to Mr. Mcdonald and council, and we may not be opposed to having you test the land. You have to speak with our attorneys and discuss how that would go about.
Wait, who's
Who's
we?
testing the land?
Who's we again?
Mr. Fell testing the land? Who's testing?
Wait,
the
who's
land?
we?
No,
And
you
again,
missed the
I-
last meeting, so let's clue you in.
Oh, I actually listened to the entire meeting. I
think-
love the
I
way
think-
you tried to shut Diane down. That was
Excuse me.
amazing.
Stop it.
Who's we? You
need to
stop
behave.
it. You should behave.
Mayor,
Are you
I think it's
kidding me?
important.
Mayor, can we take a
Unreal.
2-minute break, please?
No, what's
Sure.
for the break?
I call for a break.
What are we breaking
You want the
for?
mayor now? You
I
call
call
for a
for a
break?
break.
Do we need
I
to
don't
vote
call
on
for a break.
I'd like
Ms.
to break
Signal,
too.
I listened to the entire meeting.
Can we
I
take
think
5
it's
minutes?
not going
Let's take
to
5
You
minutes.
should
It's
take
not
5
the way
minutes
you
because
want to take a
this
break.
is unreal.
5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. All right, as I was saying, it will come back to the full committee clearly. We just can't authorize you to do it. However, I did speak with, at your request, our attorney and our business administrator about the possibility of that happening. It would be up to the whole township committee to decide whether or not, but it's not a no, is what I'm trying to say. So thank you. I wanted to discuss that for 9/11, Essex County will be having a 9/11 memorial in West Orange at the Eagle Rock Reservation. We'll also be having a private service in town as well. But that'll be at 8 a.m. at Eagle Rock on 9/11. Also, if you want to sign up for messages in the township, there's a place to find that on the website, so you can sign up and get all the updated messages. I lastly wanted to talk about, I asked Mr. Mcdonald just to compile, how we're doing in terms of grants and FEMA monies that we've gotten, and we have received this year in grants and awards, close to 3.8 million, 3.6 million in grants and awards. And reimbursements in the township. And in addition, we have another $2 million that has been awarded to the paper mill. So I think that's really good news. And I think people need to hear that. And then lastly, every year I go away in the summertime, and there's always, I read the newspaper still. There's always in the newspaper, let me show you, and then I'll get the address out. There's always these like tax record, like people that is claimed money, unclaimed money. So I would suggest there's an unclaimed properties website in New Jersey to go to and just see if maybe your name's there. Sometimes there's old accounts. We've been very fortunate, and my dad had passed, but every year we see something else, another account that comes up. So I think that it's important people know you can go to unclaimed properties .nj.gov for claiming that. And I think just testing applications. Oh, historic. We had designated $75,000 last year. We had given to the Historic Preservation Committee. And so they had done a historic site survey update. And the first one that they did it was $25,000. We were reimbursed with a grant of $24,500. Last time they had done that one survey was in 1979. And now they've just done the historic element of the master plan. That hadn't been done since 91. So that's getting presented tomorrow at the planning board. And then they also did a survey of the downtown. So I just wanted to tell you about that as well. And I think that is it for me and for my reports.
Anything on the Rahway River Mayor Council?
Nothing on the Rahway River Mayor Council. Although I did just there's a meeting tomorrow. I sent it to you, Mr. Wasserman and Mr. Vinayak, a meeting tomorrow for flood mediation from the county. They sent us something. So check your email from me to sign up. It was given to us on very short notice, but there's a 1 hour meeting tomorrow from 12 to 1 for the flood mitigation.
That went out to the whole flood mitigation committee because I sent it to Alex and
I got it from Esmeret from the county. So
his whole committee
I
has
believe you
it.
two are talking two different.
Oh, we are?
meetings.
yeah, two different meetings.
You're
Got it.
probably
Two
talking
different
about DCA meeting that I'm signed up for, where what we can do in flood mitigation. But I'm just hearing it.
Yeah, this
Essex
was
County
just
probably
a
for the
Essex
first
County,
time.
yeah, 1 hour thing
I
or something.
haven't heard about
Two
this,
different
so
things.
Okay,
maybe there's a
got it.
mix up of two meetings.
Could be.
Yeah.
And Essex County, if they have any meeting, I would love to attend
Okay.
because we need their help.
Yes,
We do need that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. Wasserman, do you have any reports for us tonight?
Yes, I have a few things.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm so excited that with resolution 22-204, the award contract for Ridgewood Road drainage improvements, that I want to thank Mr. Vinayak, my co-chair, and also the members of the flood mitigation team for working so hard, for getting all the easements and going door to door in South Mountain, getting the easements and explaining to the residents, and also want to thank Mcdonald for their help on this. And I think Sarah Sherman brought it to our attention. I mentioned this once before, that the last time we looked at this, that it was discussed, these drainage projects were discussed, I think in 1962. And I think there was reasons why it didn't happen. So this is really a historic project, and I'm just really thrilled that our flood mitigation team worked hard on this, and and hopefully it'll be approved tonight. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to mention for Explore Millburn is that we closed out the summer live entertainment season this weekend. Overall, there were 36 performances, both on the Main Street Mall and throughout the town, for the brunch series. The Open Streets program, which was new for 2022, featured 20 events in the pedestrian mall, including chess, yoga, and cycling. And I think it was like a very fun and active summer in the township. Upcoming events, the Upper Millburn Avenue Car Show and Rocktoberfest preview. This is something that cannot be missed. These are on the table. Please make sure that you're around next Saturday. I think it's from 11 to 2. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you have kids, you should definitely bring them. And also, I also want to bring the committee up to date that the parking deck signage program, which I brought up before, this is happening. I want to thank Alex Mcdonald and Steve Brillo. They've worked hard on this, and this will be a very big improvement for traffic in the downtown. This is also something that's been kicked around for years, and it's finally going to come to fruition. Hopefully in the next 30 to 60 days, you'll see new signage in the downtown. So that'll be great. And also, this is the second anniversary of Explore, and there was a merchant mixer. There was a lot of fun to celebrate. There were a lot of merchants and landlords, and it was a lot of fun. And I want to thank Explore Millburn for all the hard work, all the volunteers that have really made a difference in the town. So those are my reports. Oh, one last thing for Explore Millburn, there are free educational seminars coming. So if you're a member of the SID, there's going to be focal point coaching, I guess, from Focal Point Coaching and Partners. They're going to have workshops on revenue, technology, transition planning, and capital access. This is coming. So if you're interested in this, please go on the Explore's website, and this should be helpful to all members of the SID.
Mr. Wasserman, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So this Upper Millburn Avenue Rocktoberfest is a preview of the regular Rocktoberfest.
Yes.
And that
yes.
Rocktoberfest is being held Saturday.
The
Next-
17th, I'm
17th.
actually going to report on it.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Yeah.
unless you want to, but
No, I didn't know.
we're
that's
good?
You're good.
Yeah.
No,
All right,
I
great.
didn't know. I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
that's a preview, and so there's a
Okay.
lot of fun. So don't go anywhere, hang out in town, spend your money in town, and have fun in the township.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
If you have money, or if you don't, come
Miss
anyway.
Rufus?
It's all good.
So segueing
To that,
into Rocktoberfest on September 17th, Millburn Education Foundation, if you go to their website, they need a ton of volunteers for the day. I don't know the exact timing, but it goes all the way to like midnight, the after party. Yeah. Which is going to be in front of Moonshine this year, which is exciting. And so you can go onto the website of the Millburn Education Foundation and sign up to volunteer. You can also sign up to sponsor or donate. And this year they're doing family donations. So you can donate as a family, not just a business. And it's just a great event for the town. It's really fun, music, dancing. They have a vendor festival, a beer garden, food. It's just a great day to bring our community together to support the public schools. So come out, volunteer, and on the 17th. Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Benai?
Oh, wait, I had one other report.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it for Oktoberfest. Just really quickly, Sanjeev and I we worked on KPIs with Alex in 2021 and just wanted to get it out to the community that 2022 is up there, but we're working with Alex to get 2021 up there. It's up. You got it up today. Awesome. Thank you. So that way you can kind of get a full snapshot of what is going on in the township and with the car thefts and the burglaries specifically, and kind of see the trends that are happening on the website. KPIs. Yeah, now I'm done.
Mr. Benai?
Tagging along on the KPI, Ms. Purpose and I worked on the KPI. So even if it's not updated on the website, you could still, we could update it. The data has been collected since last year. So it will still be here. If the website is not updated, we can still refresh it. So I guess.
No,
we
put 2020, it's all
Everything's
updated
up
now.
there.
And we put 2021 up there because we had it.
So KPIs, whatever that is, so before 2021, we were not collecting the information that was needed to refresh the website. And that's where we have started this KPI online. So you can go on our website and look at KPIs and different, I think there are 6 different sections. Some may be better, some may be off, but there's always room for improvement. That was one KPI. Then second is, Mr. Wasserman has already spoken about the drainage program. That is an infrastructure build that we are trying to put in. Not only that, along with that, we are also putting we have doubled the infrastructure spend this year than compared to last year on the roads. Yes, there are a lot of other roads that we are still working on to get them right, to get them paved, but we are spending double the amount than what we paid last year. Financially, we are probably sound in decades that we are sound this year as a Millburn Township. Financially, we are in a very good shape. So when we talk about complaints, when we talk about different things, we should also talk about what we are doing or what there are some good things also happening in the township. And I'm excited to report that. There is a home elevation program for the houses that was, I think the first floor was submerged in water. There was application was filled up. We are still waiting on the response back from the state fund that we can get from the OEM, Office of Emergency Management. So we're still waiting on that part, but the drainage projects, the 2 drainage out of the 3 that we are working on, it's costing us a little over $500,000 for the township, which will be an immediate, some immediate improvement in that area, not only before the flooding, even after the flooding. If the flooding happens for the following day, the water didn't get out. People were still in their homes because water was still high up on their backyard, getting into the first floor. So this drainage program or projects will actually help taking the water out quicker than what it is right now. The next project in line, and we are very fortunate to have the flood mitigation team that we have. They're engineers, they're experienced people in there, and they're doing a tremendous job. I don't think we are anywhere even close to the people that are on the project. They're passionate. You should see them working. Oh, they start early in the morning and at late night also they're sending ideas. Next major project, which we really need to push on, is Orange Reservoir bypass. And that's where I was talking about, we need to get help from Essex County and Orange as a township who owns the reservoir, and Essex County, if they are in agreement, because it's not in our town, we as Millburn Township will get the most benefit of that reservoir bypass. So there are things that we can talk to Essex County and show them what we can benefit from that. And hopefully that project gets passed, and it'll be a huge, huge help on the downtown area and whatever goes down into.
If Sanjeev, if that doesn't get passed, what are alternative solutions that you guys are looking into for mitigation efforts in the downtown? Because of all the work that I did on the Orange Reservoir and all the conversations I had, and I don't think you're going to get anywhere beyond where I got. I think you need to be exploring other avenues to help the downtown and not just for, like, you cannot just depend on that. And I think that you will be wasting a ton of your time to go down that. Like, you need to look at other ways to mitigate the flooding in the downtown.
So Ms. Purpose, I understand what you're saying. And the thing is, whatever we do, there's always going to be room to do it better. And I understand what you're talking about, the bypass on the Orange Reservoir. The one thing that we have discussed internally as a team, flood mitigation team, worst case scenario, if we are getting the benefit of 80%, maybe Millburn Township, again, this is 80% is just a hypothetical number. So maybe if we are getting benefit 50% out of the 7 townships that are on that Orange Reservoir, maybe we as Millburn Township pay 50% of the project and not just pay 1/7 of the. So there are things that we can put forward and probably.
I'm telling you again, and I will say it again, from all the conversations that I had with Essex County, with the people that make all of these decisions, for the information that was given to me, I'm asking you, pleading with you to find other flood mitigation solutions for the downtown and not just keep going back to them and thinking that you're going to get a different response from Essex County.
And to add on to that, because I was on that maybe 2 years before
You need, I'm sure, but you
Right,
need to
and
look at other.
Not only that, it's not only that.
It's not
like
about
the
money.
It's not the money.
I mean,
Joe D and Essex County and Orange have to agree to put that bypass in there. That's, if we had all the money in the world, that's not the problem. The problem is they have to agree to allow this project to happen. So have they agreed to anything? Forget the money.
Understood, Ms. Purpose, and understood, Ms. Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't come to the community talking about the Orange Reservoir. Like,
And I just want to add in, we
It's okay,
do
it's
have,
fine.
no,
I
we do
understand what
have,
you're saying. I understand your frustration, but
Yeah.
if that is one of the possibilities.
but I'm
I don't
asking
wanna
for
stop.
other, that you come up with other
We will.
possibilities and other solutions that doesn't involve Essex County saying, sure, do what you need to do up there or dredge anything. I mean, trust me.
I hear you. I hear you. That's all for my report, Aaron.
I got some of the solutions.
Thank you, thank you.
Just have to ask questions.
Okay, I'll give my report, then I think it's,
Yeah, Dennis,
When,
Okay.
you
Ms.
raise that
Stolego.
question, I wanna be
okay,
coming up and going.
you'll be first, okay.
All right.
So,
Stolego.
ready to
Yes.
roll here. So, we all get contacted by a lot of people for a lot of things, like I was contacted by the Board of Ed, people crossing there, blah, blah, blah. When I was on the planning board, I don't know if it was a couple of years ago, Kings had to come before the planning board and get a variance to put the refrigerated truck for holiday season. Now Live Breads is very popular in town. We all love Live Breads. They have a refrigerated truck, but I don't remember them coming before the planning board. They didn't have a truck in their front parking lot. I'm not sure what that is.
There's an ordinance regarding King specifically.
So how come Live Breads doesn't need an ordinance?
You'd have to talk to people that passed the ordinance when Kings came in. I don't.
No, I'm talking about Live Breads, because they have something in front of their accessory structure at Essex Street. There's some.
Like their workshop?
Yeah, the
I would have
workshop.
to look at the ordinance that governs Kings.
No, but it's not about Kings, it's about.
I
Live
understand,
Breads
but you're
have
asking the
something, yeah.
comparison to Kings. So what's the rationale for Kings having that?
It might have been
Because-
site
Yeah, it might have
specific.
been site
Right, so
specific.
I'm saying, so it's Live was just put a structure in front of their accessory location on Essex Street. I'm just curious what that is. Because that's not really like a retail, you don't go shopping there. It says workshop.
Yep.
You can buy bread there,
I'm
just so, I bought bread there, like,
You have what bread there?
I have, when.
In the
they-
afternoon, they.
It's
In the
also a
afternoon.
retail
In the
outlet.
afternoon, they sell retail, they sell certain breads, coffee, sorry about that, they do absolutely,
Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, what I'm
Yeah.
saying is there's another structure of something that it looks like a trailer. I'm not sure what it is. So let's just make sure that they're legally, because we don't want anything that using electricity, that's not where it's supposed to be. I don't have a report on the RPM development agreement, because we haven't met. I don't know what's going on with that. I'd like to have an update. Taylor Park Gateway, we met. They've added a few tweaks. Excuse me, I need to drink water. They've added a few tweaks before we're ready to present, and then we will have a community meeting, right, Jesse?
Once the subcommittee.
Approves
is there
the
okay,
tweaks,
I'll invite MPW. to give a presentation.
right, which will be great. The TRC or DRC, Developmental Technical Review Committee, also a couple of tweaks going on that. That's gonna be ready hopefully at the next meeting. So just want to go back to something about the environmental report. Several years ago, it must have been 2015 or 16, there was a company was moving in down the street from ShopRite. And there was a lot of residents who were really, really concerned about the environmental impact of this company that was making pharmaceutical radioactive tablets. I believe it's just for very small, and the residents were really, really upset and really concerned that something horrible was gonna happen. And after a lot of contentious meetings, the township committee then agreed to hire a consultant, which was unfortunately after the fact, but it allayed everybody's fears. That company has been very successful. We've never heard any problems, any issues. So I was going to also talk about, we should make a formal motion that the township committee should hire its own new environmental investigative committee, not you, whoever Maggie pointed to in the audience. I don't think you're gonna go out there with drills and look at our situation. So I think that is something the township committee should absolutely be talking about to be protective of what may or may not go on the former DPW site. So I would like to put that up.
I'm
We're talking
confused.
about when the pharmaceutical company was being built in 15 or 16.
And didn't they just come back in front of planning to
They
expand?
did last year.
They
I
did.
was
They
on the
came back.
planning board, they
They
came,
did.
and I think it is now bought over by a bigger company, either it's part of Novartis or Merck.
Yes.
That's not the part of the
The
conversation.
point
What I'm
is that-
saying is that residents were really, really concerned, and they had about 100 residents for multiple meetings coming in here yelling at the then township committee. And then after 4 of these really contentious meetings, the township committee said, oh, okay, we'll hire a consultant. They did a thorough investigation. So I'm thinking, if the residents are concerned about that report that we have, let's us be the one to hire another investigative environmental report committee or consultant. So I think we could put this to bed. If it's not an issue, we'll know. If it's an issue, we certainly need to know that.
It's just getting a second opinion.
A second opinion
Totally.
and not by the residents. It has to be
Right.
done in a formal manner by the township, because that is where the information needs to come to us, okay? So another thing people keep talking about, we've been talking for years about trying to make our train stations safer. We had a really great plan for the Short Hills train station. The Millburn, someone was telling me they're taking their son to the doctor who has a very, very bad back issue. Now that young gentleman has to climb up steps. I don't know why. There is no elevator, no way for people to get up and down from the second floor of the Millburn train station. The steps are in terrible disrepair. If you're coming on Lackawanna, they're chipped, they're cement. And the steps on the Essex Street side are pretty steep. So I think that's something that the Lackawanna board, do one of us liaison with them?
I don't know. I can tell you this though. We were contacted by, I can't think of once, the group that she was with, and we've had this discussion about an elevator for the Millburn train
There
station.
should be.
So, Dawn Tango, she's with, NJ Transit.
Right.
So, we did speak to NJ Transit. We're supposed to be speaking to them again after, it was summertime, et cetera. And just to have them come out and take a look at the train station, because there were citizens that have come to us to say that there is no handicap accessibility for the Millburn train
Right.
station. And that's not right. That's not,
Right.
it's not right.
ADA,
ADA, it's not.
American with Disability.
Yeah, there's none.
Right.
So we have spoken to New Jersey Transit, and they're supposed to be making a meeting. Diane, you should be there
I should.
to talk about that and how do we get part of that money from the federal government to possibly pay for that? Because one of the things they did talk about was, unfortunately, is you can make it ADA accessible. However, when the person gets to the train's not accessible. Right? Isn't that what they said?
Sure.
the train is not accessible to get the person who is handicapped onto the train.
Well,
So, yeah.
And I think that's their concern is that while the expense to, and this is New Jersey Transit, keep in mind, this is not the township's train station much. But their concern is that the expense to put in an elevator or a lift on the stairs is minimal. The expense to actually make the train and the platform accessible is quite large.
right, I just can't understand that could even be, I don't know the legal ramifications of that, but the fact that it's not accessible to anybody is interesting.
If you remember when we put in the parking
I
deck, there
do,
was a
Alice.
discussion to make the third level of the parking deck
Mhm.
accessible to the platform. And there was no interest from New Jersey Transit to do it at that time, because it is one of those things, once you touch it, then you do have to make it accessible.
Well, it should be definitely considered.
I'm not arguing that, I'm
I know.
just giving you the background.
So
yeah.
we'll circle back when
Yes.
after, it was going to be after Labor Day when everybody was coming back from vacation.
The other thing is to the two gentlemen on the flood committee, there was still no representatives from the commercial areas, which was a mistake. But also there's a lot of new residents on Ridgewood between Ivy and the end of Greenwood. So all those new residents who have just purchased those houses, and the people who they back up to on Greenwood, have they been contacted for the piping between the houses?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
There's an entire new population who's moved in on Greenwood Drive in Ridgewood. They share backyards across from South Mountain School. Have they been contacted about the easement project? Because this did not happen in 1962. This happened 20 years ago when I was already in my house. So it's not a 1962 project, but the difference is, I believe, is we're not charging the easements.
That's right.
So, right, it's not 1962 though.
No, it is 1962 because it was in the item and Sarah.
But it was there when I lived in my house. I moved in 91. Okay.
Okay, very good.
Right, so it's 20 years, 2 floods later, same solution.
Good.
Wait, but
At
have
least
the
you're
new
putting in a
res,
drainage there.
I know, but there's a
the
whole,
new residents,
there's new
she's asking a
residents,
good
it's probably
question.
about like.
So what is
10
the process, Mr. McDonald, when you put the drainage in there? Do you send a mail out or what do you do?
Yeah,
I
but
think,
you
I'm
guys
sure the
don't
process
know.
will be followed.
I thought you guys go and knock on
Canvas.
the doors.
The flood mitigation team has canvassed the houses that are involved, that.
There is a meeting tomorrow?
Yeah.
Flood mitigation meeting tomorrow?
Well,
There is either a public meeting or internal.
It's internal.
Okay, internal. 2 weeks later, it'll be a public meeting too.
Yeah.
If you're very interested, come on that meeting also, ask those questions.
Wait, she can ask them here because.
Yeah, you
No, it's
can,
the-
but
hold
the
on.
process will be followed, it's not.
But we're
you
voting
telling me
tonight.
I will go in
But the flood mitigation team had talked to the residents that abut the drainage project. We received written legal easements from all the homeowners that surround that drainage. And we've gotten approvals from them.
What I'm asking Mr. Wasserman is, I'm sure the town can give you the addresses. Alex knows exactly which houses I'm talking about between Beach Terrace and the end of Greenwood. There's probably about 10 or 12 houses that
Okay.
share a backyard. Get their addresses,
Yeah.
send them a letter,
Okay.
and they might even be hooked up to our system, and they should know that this is a possibility for their backyards as well.
What you're
Oh,
saying,
this is
I
a
think
different
you're
project
looking-
than what we're
you're
voting on.
looking
It's
to
a continuation of that.
extend, you're
Yes.
wishing to extend
You
this
want-
opportunity to other members of our community. Right now, we have 4 that we're doing, and you're saying because there's new homeowners in the area, we should let them know that this is happening, and would they like the same thing? Probably not in this round, but in
In
a
the future
subsequent
round.
round.
Yeah, but not 5 or 10 years down the
No,
road.
no, no, no,
They
no,
should
no,
be
no.
they
You're
should-
saying new, you're
I'm
saying
just,
new owners.
can I
Alex
just
needs
speak to
to
this?
say something.
Because first and foremost, the answer to your question, Ms. Egel, is no.
No what?
They weren't contacted after the homes turned over. When we started this process and we identified the 3 areas, it's always been the 3 areas. I remember the project from 2014 when we identified the 3 areas as well. This area between Greenwood and Ridgewood was contacted. They were dropped letters. We had an outdoor meeting in February. That we walked. Many of the residents went through that. There were no representatives from that area. And they currently have drainage in the backyard. It is not sufficient. And they've always been a part of the idea. So I think to sort of sum it up is yes, the idea is to approach them again. However, it is not a part of this initial project.
I realize it's not part of this. What I'm saying is all those houses are now filled. They were all empty until very, very recently. So they should all be contacted. That's all.
They should probably be
Great.
contacted too, just so that they know what happened to like that area.
Oh, I agree with you. I'm just saying that we were anxious to get these projects approved and get this projects done. Like we really wanted it to make some headway here. So, but that doesn't mean that this is the end of it. I mean, it's just the beginning. And
All right,
and our
good,
team's working.
good, moving on. Last thing, somebody at the last meeting mentioned some kind of company that does police blotters service. And you, again with an N, Nixle. Is that something that you looked into, what that would cost us?
No, because it's not about the service, it's not about the service, it's about the ability to have a person in the police department dedicated to push that information out. So that is part of the issue. I mean, I'm familiar with Nixle. There are communities around us that use Nixle. There are communities that don't. Generally, what it comes down to is the ability to pull someone that has that ability to put Nixle.
Yeah, because that's not a KPI thing. That's something that residents really want to know. They don't want to wait every 2 weeks to see what happens. So I think it's something we should consider. We, a collective we. Thank you. I'm done.
The KPIs are monthly, not every 2 weeks.
No, but
The
they want to see
blotters
the
are-
police.
No, I know, but you just said KPIs every 2
Right.
weeks. I'm just letting everyone
Right.
know the KPIs are monthly, not every 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick question about the dogs in Taylor Park, because the pilot is ending, right?
Correct.
So what are we doing about it?
I believe the rec department is going to make a presentation. They were scheduled to make a presentation to their board, the rec commissioners, in September. And that they would come forward before the township committee to let everyone know how that went.
Great.
Everybody finished with reports?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Public comment. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and address, and speak loudly so that your comments may be understood by all and properly recorded. For the convenience of our community, there is a remote option available. And if you called in and would like to comment, please press *6 now. If you are attending by computer or electronic device, please click the raise hand button. All members of the public wishing to speak will be put into the queue to address the committee. Whenever an audience or committee member reads verbatim from a prepared statement, please email a copy to the Township Clerk's office at townclerk@millburntwp.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You will be prompted when there are 30 seconds remaining. Each individual will be given 1 opportunity to make their public comment. Please be patient, and we will address each member of the public that wishes to speak. This is a business meeting, and please do not address professionals or staff directly, and please do direct all your comments to me. A reminder that we are all neighbors, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. I will now open the public comment period. Sir? What's the matter?
Good evening. Congratulations for being our new mayor. And I'm sure I'm not gonna use the "we" word because that's gonna cause confusion. And flood mitigation.
Sir, may I please have your name?
Nunzio DeGidio, 27 Willow Street,
Thank you.
Millburn.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been a resident here for 52 years, okay, since I came. And this flood mitigation has come in this time in play, but we have, we had to rework. Okay, I did some own study here in Millburn for the past 30 years because I moved to Willow Street, which I'm directly affected by this flood, the weather pattern that we always get. All right. Unfortunately, our contractors, this township, they've not been very fair with the township of Millburn as far as doing their job correctly. I don't have to say who I am or what my experience is, but I can tell you exactly what happens, okay? And if you pay attention and you're going down the streets, okay, your car is, got about 7 to 8 degrees angle more than what they should have. So our streets have been scratched up over the past 20 years, 30 years, and just filled in with the mortar. So the scratching in was not taking 2 or 3 inches out, but they have to put 2 or 3 inches of tar and asphalt, whatever they call it. So we lost all our sidewalk. If that means anything, to have streets that is higher than my sidewalk, then what do we have a curb for, right? So the streets actually are created and designed to collect the water and then drain it out. Unfortunately, when you have a flood here, lots of water, what happens here? That we have that dome, so our streets doesn't collect any water. It's all collected on the sidewalk and the lawn and goes in our basement. If we take in consideration over the years, how many tons and tons of tar and stones they dumped on it, our streets, you can take a look. You know, you don't have to, you can drive around the town at your height of the head, you know, where you're driving, and you can see the street that you lose the sidewalks for the distance, okay? So not if you're going down this way. I have a video or something like that, but the dome is such a shape that we have created, I'm not gonna use that word we, the contractor have created that situation. So when we have the flood system taking place, we have to do some little more study. Okay, I do for free of charge because I live in this town and I don't need the money to be a consultant. That's what I did all my life. Okay, so in this situation here, I think instead of really just to rely on that reservoir or the FEMA's money, is spending the money correctly, fixing the problem with what was actually created. Okay, so that could absorb maybe the brunt of the next storm, and we don't have to really go into that situation, pain and suffering, because this town has a way. Last time I wasn't here, I seen the stuff going on. I said, "Oh my God, this is." Most people say, "Oh, this is over. This is over." It's not over. You know, we're strong. We always, you know, create ourselves. So thank you, congratulations to the
Thank you.
department, to the fire people, the police officer, what they did here. I wasn't here, but I'm sure I was here at 3 other
2 times
times.
before.
Floyd, you know, Sandy, Irene, and now we got died. Thank you very much. I'm
Thank you
sorry-
so much.
I'm sorry about the minutes.
It's
but
okay.
I wait, okay? Good
Thank
night.
you, sir.
Good night.
Good night.
And hopefully, I'll see you in the.
Thank you, sir. Have a lovely evening.
That's right. You guys should add Willow Street to your flood mitigation because all of our basements got flooded. And nobody, I don't think you guys have been down there yet. So.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Ninzi has reached out to us about the elevation. So people on Willow Street were notified about it and a part of that conversation as well.
Oh, I wasn't.
They were, I mean, or he found out about it.
I think you found about it through me.
Maybe.
Alex, what's our next public meeting? Do you have on the calendar? Is it-
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, so the flood mitigation committee does have a public meeting, and everybody's invited. Like if you have ideas or input, please join us.
Well, I told you last year, like, I was like, I sent you a text. I was like, it was after Ida. I was like, there's a pool in my backyard. And you never said anything. So
Well, I'm saying it now.
great. Well, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
pay some
Okay.
attention to Willow Street.
Anyone else
That's
for
it.
public comment? Please, please,
I mean,
please.
we're
Richard,
doing a
I'm
lot.
just- Good.
My name is Eugene Bilal, and I live in town 3.5 years, a fairly newcomer.
Welcome.
Couple of things. First of all, we love the town. We fall in love from the first visit, and we're planning to stay a long time. But a few things going wrong direction. Taylor Park, getting dirtier and dirtier by the minute. I understand there is events, but we have enough people in that, maintenance to jump on it next morning and clean it out. I'm for a concert because I'm living right in the park and I see it from my backyard. But the dirt, it's unbelievable. People eating from the Millburn deli, there is a tables right there next to the baseball field.
Yeah.
People eating there, not all of them up to the sanitary standards, not all those people. So the living packages, the living containers and mess. It's number one. Number two, pilot program with the dogs, we love it. And I'm walking my dog there every morning, every day, every evening. And so if somebody not complying, I'm very open to conversation with those people and try to put them in the right way. That's about Taylor Park. Now, cross section of Millburn Avenue and Whittingham Terrace. A lot of people, including me, walk into the train station straight to that. There is a push button and a yellow light. And I'll say 80% of drivers not complying with that. So what I'd like to see a policeman there from 6:30 to end of the rush hour and backwards, the evening rush hour. So enforcing the rules and enforcing the pedestrian crosswalk there. They must stop. They rarely do. Everybody in a rush,
Yeah.
What else? Flood mitigation, it's a long way to go because DP, and I'm in construction all my life, DP is very hard to deal with, but for exploring different options. Whatever county and doing this, that reservoir is great. I saw that project, but we need to think about what we can do locally to mitigate our problems right here before that happens, and if it's happened at all. New apartments coming to that sites. One of them is contaminated with mercury, and another one is just going to be overwhelming traffic-wise, utility-wise, school-wise. You look anyway, it's going to be affecting a lot. So we need to think many times. We need to talk about it publicly and try to avoid it if it's possible. Thank you.
Sir, where do you live? You didn't say.
I live in 37 Whittingham Terrace.
Whittingham, thank you.
My southern end of my property is actually Visit Park.
Oh, okay, thank you so
I'm
much.
living in the best one of Millburn.
Yes, thank you, sir.
David Morrow, 1 Ivy Terrace. I have a couple of questions for the Township Committee. I think the residents would like to know the status of the relocation of the town dump and where that project lies, since we are just about a year away from the construction beginning at 9 Main Street. I think one of the residents raised some inconsistencies in the environmental reports, specifically the licensed site remediation specialist certification of that report. We never got clarification on that. And finally, I think it's important that the township takes a look at Nix Hill and in fact considers utilizing that service, since a lot of residents have specifically brought up to me that they would like to know what's going on with the rise in the crime rate in town. Thank you.
And Mr. Morrow, you are the independent candidate running for Township Committee.
Thank you, Mayor Miggins. Yes, I am.
My pleasure.
And wait, the best one is, and Maggie Miggins, you are being recalled. Did you let everybody know that? Like, what are you, like, are you our Republican candidate? Amazing. I'm so glad you two are running. This is amazing. Thank you for your stepping up and doing your service.
We're here to help.
I know, it's amazing, and we need it.
So without any further ado, my name is Frank Sacamandi, and I live on Lee Terrace. And yes, I am a candidate for the upcoming
Woohoo.
election. So I apologize in advance if some of you have heard this before, because I released some of it in a video on social media yesterday. But for those of you who haven't seen my video, here it goes. My husband and I filed an Oprah request related to the DPW site and discovered a trove of documents that were not included in the appendix of the preliminary assessment report on the township website. Here are our findings. In 1991, several leaking underground storage tanks were removed from municipal properties. The township submitted a request to the NJDEP to reuse this contaminated soil as subgrade fill for the DPW site. Documents here. On the second page of this document, it stipulates that the township dumped 2,300 cubic yards of contaminated soil originating from the vicinity of a leaking 2,000-gallon diesel fuel underground storage tank near 345 Essex Street, also known as the DPW building, a leaking 3,000-gallon gasoline underground storage tank near the police station, a leaking 1,000-gallon diesel fuel underground storage tank near fire station number 2 at 315 White Oak Ridge Road, and a leaking 1,500-gallon number 2 heating oil underground storage tank also at the same site. Eventually, the DPW decided to reclassify all these contaminated soils as ID-27 dry industrial waste and allowed this to be used as subgrade material for 2 sections of the DPW site that are currently used as parking. If I go to page 4 here, it says that total petroleum hydrocarbons were detected in levels ranging from 5,240 parts per million to 11,500 parts per million. The source of the total petroleum hydrocarbons in the soil was the virgin petroleum substances which were stored in the decommissioned underground storage tanks. And then if we look at page 5, it says that limits of the ID7 soil placement will be strictly adhered to as indicated on the plans. Given this, I'm curious where the soil borings testing the toxicity of the site were actually performed. I'm also glad to hear that Maddie has looked into my previous question as to whether a group of private residents could perform independent testing, because it certainly seems like the firm the township hired didn't do a thorough job. They omitted these documents, which I was able to easily get via an Oprah request to the state. So, they omitted that. What else did they omit? I'm also glad to hear that Diane supports the idea of having the township hire a new environmental firm to do independent analysis. I implore the township committee to retain a new, reputable firm to do a full environmental study of the DPW site before anything is built on there. Also, while we're on the subject of the town dump, has the township committee figured out where the DPW site should be moved to if this dump housing project is going to move forward? And also, how much is it going to cost to move that site? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sacamandi.
Good evening, I'm Jerry Kong. I live at 17 Lee Terrace, and unlike both of the prior speakers, I am not a candidate for Township Committee this November. All right, so to Mr. Morrow's question from earlier, thank you for taking down the site investigation report and the remedial investigation report that were flawed from the Township website. I was able to find the actual report that was submitted to the NJDEP for the remedial investigation report. So the interesting thing is the report that you posted last time, it was dated August 2022. The report that was sent to the NJDEP was dated July 2022. It had all of the errors that I pointed out fixed. So either there was a report and then they introduced errors a month later, or there was a report and then the errors were found out and then they were fixed and then it was backdated. So maybe you should ask the environmental firm what happened there. On page 1154 of the preliminary assessment report, conveniently, there was a map of both parts of the DPW site. I circled it in red, where the ID-27 dry industrial waste was was dumped onto the dump site. The same firm had a bunch of areas of concern. I guess the easiest way to show you would just be to overlay it. So over here, where the dry industrial waste was, that's area of concern 13, which they decided not to investigate. They decided to investigate area of concern 11, which is not on the site of the dry industrial waste. They did take a soil boring 6, which was right on the perimeter of the dry industrial waste. And that's actually where they found the benzoate pyrene. interestingly enough. One might wonder why that would be the case. So if we go back at the June 7th, 2022 Township Committee meeting, our business administrator, Alex Mcdonald, stated one of those areas of concern was historic fill, which we were aware of, which exists in most sites in northern New Jersey. So I'm curious if most sites in northern New Jersey have contaminated hydrocarbons underneath them. The other thing, and this is more concerning actually, so the remedial investigation report, they went and did additional soil borings. So in this case, soil boring 21 and soil boring 23, which were in the dry industrial waste area. Except if you go on page 18 of the same report, all of those contaminant testing, it's missing for those two particular soil borings. So they did 8 additional soil borings as part of the remedial investigation report. 2 of those were in the contaminated soil site, and conveniently, both of those are missing contaminant testing sites. It's page 18 of the report. I can give it to you, Mayor. So that's very, very concerning, and so I'm very glad to hear that there's going to be hopefully additional testing done on that site. I know my time's running up, but I have a lot of very important things to say, so I hope you will not cut me off. As previous members stated, the developer's agreement is still, it's not, we don't know where it is. And I believe we need it for the final compliance hearing, which is coming up in about a week and a half. So let's make sure our ducks in a row before we get to that compliance hearing in front of the judge. The other thing I wanted to point out is our planning board constituted legally? Because if you go through all the relevant state statutes, section 40:55D-23, planning board membership, class 4 of the membership states that the members of class 4 shall hold no other municipal office, position, or employment, except that in the case of 9-member boards, which we have, one such member may be a member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment or Historic Preservation Commission. So I believe that Craig Plutner is the chair of the zoning board and Allison Canfield is the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. They are both sitting on our 9-member board. Now, I understand Ms. Canfield is on the historic as an alternate, except if you go to the state statute section 40:55D-23.1, alternate members shall be appointed by the appointing authority for class 4 members and shall meet the qualifications of class 4 members of 9-member planning boards. So let's just make sure our planning board is constituted legally, because based on my read of the New Jersey State Code, I'm not a municipal lawyer, but my read is that it may not be constituted legally.
That is amazing. I always wondered how Allison got onto the planning board as the HPC chair. That is amazing.
It is amazing. But
holy moly.
A lot of things you can find out with the miracle of the internet. So I think that wraps up my statement for tonight. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jerry.
So wait, I have a question. Oh, I'll wait to my question. If you don't mind, I just wanted
it's
to
totally
like
conflicted.
walk down the aisle for my concert and pass out some things. May I approach the township committee to give you just you can pass them down. Maybe start with Richard. Thank you. I just have too many. I passed these down, and I'll get to that. Before I start, I haven't been here for a couple of meetings, but my name is Christine Matz, and I'm Christine Fairfield Terrace, and I want to thank you guys all for your hard work, and I'm happy to see you. Thank you. I'm the person in town that's concerned about 5G wireless technology. I do not speak as beautifully as all other people do, so I'm just going to I'm a little tired tonight, but I just want to get down to it. I actually sent the township committee in August a very lengthy email, outlining my concerns that I articulated in the previous meeting. In addition to that, I probably put between 15 to 20 links for safety information on 5G. And the only people that responded to me on the emails was Richard and Aggie, and they offered to set the meeting. I did not hear back from, and I did send a couple follow-up emails from anybody else on the township committee. I know it's the summer. I just want everybody to think about the fact that this is a big win if we do this right. And big wins are important because we only have so much money, we only have so many people. And if you pick little things that have, you guys are all talking about KPIs today in terms of data analytics and performance indicators, we want to have a big win on this one. And I heard a lot of talk about, miscellaneous things that just really aren't going to have huge impact on the town. And I think this will. So I was also wanted to talk about how I was disappointed that I didn't have a follow-up meeting, and I'd still, the offer's on the table to do that. And I was also disappointed when I spoke with the township committee that there was, basically no one seemed to know what was going on. And, just simply talking to Martha for a few minutes, I got quite a bit of information. I have filed an Oprah request. I'm waiting for the results of that. And I did my own research, and I was able to determine, I believe, through speaking to multiple people, that, we have two telecom companies at 340 Main Street on the rooftop there. We have one, it's very obvious, a cell tower, it's near 16 Bleecker Street on LA Tari building. We have one in the Baptist Church, I believe, at 132 Spring Street. That is a hidden tower, so people do not have informed consent as to their health when they're hanging out in that building or near it, or maybe possible residents nearby. The church at 200 Hartshorn Drive, that is a hidden tower. It's been existing, I think. I don't know if they've updated to 5G. I believe they may have. 150 JFK Parkway on the rooftop next to the Upton building in very close proximity to the thousands of people that go to the Short Hills Mall every day. There's a newly installed set of towers there. Short Hills Hilton rooftop. And also from speaking with Martha, I found out that there's plans to install multiple 5G cabinets on multiple locations at Brookdale Road within the reservation, as well as near the intersection of Glen and Brookdale Road. I'm hoping I could speak just for a few minutes longer. It's hard to get through everything. So I'm very, very concerned about small cell sites within residential zones. The plans for the telecom companies is to put small cell technology, which you'll see on the inserts, the handouts that I sent to you guys. You'll see the little designs of those towers. They're supposed to go every 150 to 200 feet, and potentially in smaller zoned areas where they have under a third of an acre, you're talking 50 feet from somebody's bedroom, somebody's child's bedroom. And there is quite, a bit of radiation coming off of these, and I just don't think there's any kind of show seriousness on the township's, part, and I'm very concerned about it. And you guys had proposed to me, I think when I was speaking with Richard, about are there any other towns? And I did a little bit of research, it is hard to find, but Mill Valley, and I can forward this information to California, created some type of urgency ordinance where they sort of blocked cell companies from coming in, so they sort of kind of created like an emergency situation where they had to review everything before anything could go forward. I haven't talked to the people in that town to understand how successful they were with it, but it's an example of a township that takes that very seriously. There's a number of towns in Marin County in the San Francisco Bay Area that have actually tried to or have enacted some legislation. And I know there's a number of towns in New Hampshire, I think some places in Cape Cod as well. So it's hard to say, I haven't done a lot of research on it, but my basic thing is it is not your job to protect the telecom companies. It's your job to protect me and the residents of this town. And, I'm literally I don't want to say mean things to you. I'm not angry at you guys. I really think it's so hard to believe, remember in the olden days when everybody, doctors actually recommended that cigarettes actually helped your sore throat, okay? And I used to smoke, you sit there and you're like, it's totally fine. And then everything flipped, the tipping point, right? They have done no research since 1996 on 2G, 3G, or 4G. 5G is exponentially higher. And I really, really think that I have not heard anything about what are our plans? What is our ordinance on it? What safety studies? Have you guys hired an independent consultant? And it can't just be a generalist environmental person. It has to be a combination of a toxicologist, somebody who specializes in EMF frequencies, and a scientist. That has to be done before you proceed. And also the other thing I want to just quickly talk about on that form that I just handed out, take a look at the warning sign. When you approach a cell tower and you're driving down the parkway, there's a sign there that says, don't approach, just looks just like that, because it's, high EMF frequencies. Why is that not placed inside of a church? If I was walking into church, the last thing I want to do is sit under a cell tower and listen to somebody preach about God. It's just ironic. And then when I see people on Main Street, okay, actually congregating for a concert the other day, and I looked up at the tower on 340 Main, and I thought to myself, these people have no clue. I talked to people at the deli, they have no clue. They're like working there, they're like blah, blah, blah. So it's really sad. I'm here, I'm willing, I'm gonna come every time I can come to provide information. I'm not a great speaker, but I'm a great researcher, and I really would like to start a committee. And I'm really thankful, Diane, about your commitment to the environment and really trying to sort of really focus on this. And I will say that what's going on, I know a lot about heavy metal toxicology because I actually was heavy metal poisoned. What's in the ground is somewhat encapsulated. And if you think that's dangerous, this is like exponentially 1,000 times more dangerous. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say, Christine, I want to thank you for continuing to come to the meetings, and I definitely do want to meet with you. And thank you so much for your research. I mean, the question for the township committee.
Richard, we have to wait till everyone's
Okay.
finished. Thank you.
Sorry, but thank you.
Anyone else that has any public comment? Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. I'm going to first talk about resolution 22-206, which is not on the consent agenda. I just ask that you may put this off for at least a 2-week period, because there's certain information that should be attached that the public sees. That being the proposal that's referred from August 26th and the contract. We should have that, because there's questions whether an arbitration clause is in there. We have no effective dates. I think that should be put off so the public can ask questions. Right now, there's this thing about quote unquote, something that we can't talk about because 2 people need to be out of the room when we discuss it. Let's talk about, I'm glad it's September, there's always surprises. Monica comes down for heaven. I'm very glad some changes occurred since the last meeting. There's something here about certification of funds. They're dated the date of when the agenda is put in. Because when you look at the certification of funds, you're allowed to trace monies. Before, we just had people walking around about laughing about the resolution 22-204, everyone take pride. But through the audit that came out last meeting, that we really did not have any discussion about, that in 2014, there was an ordinance adopted where the town issued $4.2 million for flood control. That was in February 6, 2015. So everyone's telling you how great you are. There's been money sitting around that we've been paying interest on because these are bond anticipation notes that we've been paying interest that it might be about 1.4 million, $1,485,874 that's been sitting in a bank account that we haven't been using. So when everyone tells us how great a job you are, you try to bond it for this job in 2015. Why did it take 7 years and a major storm that we finally took action? I've been asking questions. It's very important we have a final compliance hearing. Are you going to tell the public when the information that we heard tonight can be submitted to the judge? What's the deadline for submitting? There's a list of all the outstanding documents that we need for final compliance hearing. There's a redeveloper agreement. Where is the endorsement by this committee, the local governing body, of the amended master plan? Where you buy in as a people, the information you have today, the redevelopment for the DPW site, status of redevelopment agreement. The bill list, I've been asking for every meeting. How much money did we spend on fair share housing before 2018, between 2018 and 2020, and since spent with 2020 to today? If you look at the bill list, there seems to be a continuing amount of money that we are spending. I think I'm going to renew my request that you post closed session meeting minutes that you approved last meeting on the public website. You post the best practices inventory for the last 3 years for responses. That would explain why certain changes were put to our audit in the footnotes. I've been asking, and when we had our new CFO, he promised that we would see quarterly operating revenue reports. We haven't seen them. What about certification funds? As to the current bill list that we're going to see today, there are a lot of payments for people who go to seminars. I applaud that. But I've been in other municipalities where people go to seminars to get professional credentials. then they leave the municipality. And the question is whether we should have a policy that if you go to certain seminars, that cost like $4,000 or $5,000, and you leave within a certain period of time, that we get to claw back that amount of money. I just brought that out to think about here. Also, a situation occurred at the last meeting, after the last meeting. Going back to July, they asked about the bill list, about payments on invoices that are paid by our Jiff Insured. After the last meeting, the next day, I received the invoices redacted. There were a lot of bills that would go back several years. I come from another municipality, I spent many years where bills were put in drawers. At one time, there was a bill in a different municipality of $1.2 million that someone didn't know about until around 12:30 at night. When this person came up and said, there's a bill we've been submitting, we haven't been paid for 2 years. There's a difference about municipal finance. You have to pay your bills every year or disclose them. If there are bills that are outstanding and you know about, they need to be disclosed. This is a concern that most of the people have here is about trust and confidence in our local government bodies. And I think it's very important that the hearing on compliance hearing be pushed off until we have the information, or the township gives us an opportunity to tell the judge what happened at the DPW site, because that fact has not been told to him yet.
Thanks, Mr. Bill.
Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart Avenue. I would like to start with, will you, Mayor, be apprising the community about a change in policy at the Millburn Library? I learned coincidentally today that community groups are no longer, there's a moratorium now on the library being used for and booked for meetings because of some abuse that occurred, I believe, by Ms. Eglo in using her government job or whatever it is here, elected official status to gain a place at the library. So the executive director reported that to the board, and they decided to stop allowing anybody to use the library other than for library business or official government business. Why has Mayor Miggins, why have you kept the information about how the public can participate in the fair share final compliance hearing? You deferred that at the last meeting, saying you needed to hear from the judge. Either you didn't want to tell us, you still don't want to tell us, or you don't want the judge to get our input. I simply called the judge's chambers at 973-776-9619. I spoke to Shamika and his clerk, Matthew, and she told me and any resident may submit a letter objecting to the agreement and fax it to the judge at 973-424-6834. Alternatively, it may be submitted via the JEDS system, JEDS, and file it under general correspondence. Be sure to include docket number ESX-L-2778-18. She assured me that if she receives the residents' letters by Monday, September 11th, they will be considered by the judge in his deliberations. You must supply your email address in your letter so you can receive a Zoom link so that you may listen to the hearing. Residents will not be able to speak at the hearing. I implore every resident, please let Judge Gardner know your objections, especially about the toxic dump project, the lies and distortions told by our representatives to the judge, the insider deal making that has put Millburn at the absolute bottom of the state with the deal negotiated by Miggins and Wasserman with Fair Share Housing Center. Another topic, we're 5 days from the 21st anniversary of the terrorist attacks of 9/11. Scores of families have suffered. Our community honored those who died that day, and we should never forget them and what happened to our neighbors. Our community, though, has not acknowledged our 9/11 survivors. By forgetting them, we are poised to repeat history. 9/11 survivors in our community contracted cancers and other terrible chronic illnesses as a result of being exposed to asbestos, dioxins, polycyclic hydrocarbons present in the air. Over 400,000 people became sick or died. Some are permanently disabled, suffer chronic health conditions, have lost their livelihoods, and live every day in pain with the prospect that their cancers may return and their lives will be suddenly cut short. Why? Politicians covered up, Republicans and Democrats, federal, state, and local elected and appointed officials. New Jersey's former Republican governor, Christy Todd Whitman, was EPA head in 2001. She gave the green light and that it was safe to return to the toxic zone to clean up, work, live, and go to school there. She was wrong. They were all wrong. They chose to hide the facts and they distorted the truth about the contamination that was present in lower Manhattan. They sent ordinary people back knowing they would get sick. My husband is one of those people. He was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer over a decade later as a result of their lies. He lost his livelihood and his health permanently. He can never get back what he lost, nor can we as a family. And here's how this ties back to our township today, and thanks for the extra time. You have hired an engineering firm that has willfully distorted and omitted material facts relevant to the environmental investigation at 9 Main Street, the dump project site. As Jerry Kung and his partner, I'm getting panicked, Frank Sacamandi, others advised the TC and the public today and in the past, this firm did not do their due diligence, perhaps purposefully. You have a pattern of ineptitude with the professionals as TC retains. The moment someone gets sick, and they will get sick, you will be complicit in exposing residents of 9 Main to these contaminants without proper mitigation. We know this would be a cost-prohibitive endeavor. It would take a very long time, and this project as proposed will never satisfy the deadline dictated by fair share housing. You will be responsible for exposing future residents to the same fate that 9/11 survivors have suffered, the potential poisoning of adults and children who will become residents of this community living in that project. In addition, the township residents are exposed to an open-ended legal liability. I, for one, will not stand here as a 9/11 family member to allow you to willfully distort facts that will result in poisoning my fellow human beings. I will go along with my fellow residents and neighbors to every length possible to stop you and expose you for what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bassett. Jess, do you want to go to the, thank you, Jesse. I can't see.
Hello,
Good evening.
Leah Cruz, 39 Whitney Road. I just wanted to comment on the traffic heading to the high school in the morning. I live about 8 houses away from the middle school, and I don't think this issue is going to be resolved by extending that left turn arrow by St. Rose. The problem is the middle school and the high school start at the exact same time. So somebody like me who lives very close to the middle school, normally I would go down Old Short Hills Road through town to take my daughter to school. But because this middle school starts at the same time, I and everyone else in my neighborhood has to cut around through Great Oak Drive by St. Rose. And that's why there's so much traffic there. The same with people coming from the Deerfield section. They come down Old Short Hills Road and they either cut down Hillside or however way they come. And that causes that big traffic jam in the morning by St. Rose School. So I don't see that traffic light being extended, alleviating the problem of people going to the high school. I think the problem is the 2 schools starting at the exact same time. So that's all. And I've always wanted to say I yield back the balance of my time. So
Thank you, Leah. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Perry Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue.
Good evening.
First, I'd like to say Bear Property Management update. There's been a virtual hearing scheduled for Thursday, September 15th. Second, on the bill list, there's payments to Marion and Falcone for cable franchise. Mayor, recently, your Deputy Mayor Diane Eglo stated in her recent Millburn Tap Into press release that she reported she initiated the Millburn Township YouTube channel to make hearings more accessible, which was quite helpful during COVID quarantine. This comment brings me to that it's to my understanding that the BPU, the Board of Public Utilities, who oversees the cable franchise agreement between Millburn and Comcast and Fios, it's stipulated within the agreement that they will continue to provide Millburn Township access to a local channel to provide public, educational, and government access channels as referred as PEG channels. Mayor, can you please ask your Deputy Mayor Eglo and Business Administrator Alex Mcdonald, did they also initiate our local channel to go dark since 2020? And if so, who initiated it and why? Is this being done intentionally? Because as stated on the township website, TV stations stay connected local channels 35 and 47. Wouldn't Deputy Mayor Eglo want important meetings and information either be live streamed or rotated so that all members of the public can be informed with township current affairs? I'm sorry, but not everyone only uses YouTube. I would also ask Mr. Mcdonald, as stated in previous meetings, who he has spoken to and what surveys have been taken to dissolve the use of our channel. Because all the people in this community that I've spoken with have no idea what happened nor why. It's just gone. Has the decision not to utilize our local channel been decided amongst the township committee? And if so, was it done by resolution or ordinance? On this topic, does the township not have the money to provide the information on our channel? Could, at the request of the township committee, by way of resolution or ordinance, can a percentage of the $200,000 plus collected by way of franchise fees be allocated for this service? I remind you of the proposal made by Hometown TV in the sum of $20,000 could come from these franchise fees, right? Or if I were to present to this board a volunteer program, would you be inclined to accept? Third, since it was brought up during reports, what about the safety in lot 14? Ms. Prupis, please note to date, I still have not been contacted regarding lot 14. Unless I've missed a call, an email, a letter, or a visit, tonight, Mayor, with your permission, I would like to request that you allot time on your September 20th agenda for a prepared presentation by me. Fourth, being in this town for nearly 30 years, I would ask, as a property and business owner, why has it come to that we do not know who our police are anymore? Why do we not have community policing? If there are bicycles, why are they not being utilized? Is there such a vehicle put in place for police to park and walk? These are a few things that could initiate police presence. And fifth, can Committeeman Wasserman elaborate what should be expected as far as participants and vendors at the Oktoberfest Sid Car Show? And does Mr. Wasserman and Jackie Lieberberg actually, are they aware of all the properties and merchants paying into his pet Sid? Thank you. I look forward to hearing responses to all my comments this evening. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Urso.
Oh, hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Jackie Carlucci, 24 Taylor Street.
Hi, Jack. Hello. Hello.
Sorry, I could run across if this will make my request easier, but I'm online now, so I'm hoping you'll just hear me out. I'm just here tonight because I've been requesting a garbage can on Taylor Street. One side is included in the downtown business district, and I haven't received an answer.
Okay.
And I just noticed that you know, put a lot of new garbage cans on Millburn Avenue. And now it seems like there's so many, even using one of the old ones would be appreciated.
Okay.
And I just want to ask one more thing, if you'll take this into consideration. Taylor Street, the one side, is the business district, and there's a swim school.
Yes.
And the street was paved and none of the lines were ever put back for parking. And what I'm finding now is, because that side of the street is free parking, a lot of the customers are circling back and forth on Taylor Street and winging U-turns, which kind of makes it unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we were supposed to have a meeting about this, but I'm sure you have bigger things on your plate. But my suggestion is to maybe put the meters back, so then they'd have to pay anyway, either in the lot or on the street. So that might stop them from circling.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, just one more thing.
Yes, ma'am. You're good.
I'm sorry, because
Don't be
I've been
sorry.
to a
Go
lot
ahead.
of meetings. over the years, but you've heard my request. How will I know if you're going to consider it or you will do it?
Mr. McDonald is going to follow up with you tomorrow. That's how you'll know.
Are you sure? Because I've sent a lot of emails and no one.
Ms. Carlucci, would you be good enough? Yeah, please, if you would email A. McDonald at Millburn TWP.
I see him holding his head.
I will contact you.
And you can copy me on it, mmiggins@millburntwp.org. And it would be my pleasure to make sure.
I totally appreciate that. But I've done that before. So, okay. You know, I'm
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, man.
Who does the lines? Us? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Sarah Sherman, Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee member. I tuned in this evening, as I always do, but also partly to hear the resolution about the funding of the drainage project in the South Mountain neighborhood. And to my disappointment, I think this has become trash the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee evening. I want to speak about the leadership of our co-chairs, Sanjeev Vinayak and Richard Wasserman, and the work of our committee members, at least 4 of whom are engineers. We were set up to meet quarterly. We meet weekly. We have a monthly public meeting. We walk the river. We meet on weekends. We meet with residents. These people contribute their time and their professional expertise to evaluate and find solutions to flooding in our neighborhood. I would say that in the time that I have been on this committee, I have learned more about flooding in the township, some of which I did not know about. I would say that the Glenwood section had been perhaps overlooked in the past. We all know about flooding on Glen Avenue, downtown, Washington, South Mountain, but I did not know about Glenwood and how the water runs through there. We have spent a great deal of time looking at that. The Orange Reservoir still remains the best solution to reduce flooding in the downtown and South Mountain neighborhood. It would reduce peak floods by 4 feet. Now, Ms. Purvis made a remark tonight that I find, very disturbing, that you don't want to hear about it. But
wait, excuse me, Sarah. I did not say that. I said that I'm going to answer this because she just called me out by name.
Excuse me.
Whatever, fine, that's fine. Sarah, oh my God, unreal, Sarah. Sure, let her go on.
Thank you.
That's not what I said at all though, Sarah, at all.
I wrote down the quote. Don't come to the community talking about the Orange Reservoir.
Yeah, you go talk to Essex County, Sarah Sherman. You go have those private conversations. Yeah, unreal. Yeah.
We are talking to Essex County, and we expect all our elected officials to advocate on our behalf with the county, with our federal officials. Don't take umbrage at what I'm saying. I am quoting you. I am telling you that it is greatly disappointing to hear someone say that we should not be discussing the Orange Reservoir.
I said look for other possible solutions because that one's not going to fly. And you can quote me on that.
We have been looking at other solutions. We are working on other solutions. And a reality check that I think we all need to have is that we have been, in the last month or so, we have found out that there are 1,000-year storms occurring in 2 major cities and 1 small city in this country. We have not been talking about 500 or 1,000-year storms. It's time for us to do that. Millburn floods. We have a serious problem. It should be at the top of our list, and I am pleased to serve on this hardworking committee that is trying to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, Sarah.
It's not what I said at all.
I'll now close the public. Move fast.
Excuse me, my name's Al Carlin.
246 Millburn Avenue, Apartment E, Millburn, New Jersey. I've been here for about 29 years, plan on staying for one, but here I am. I live in an apartment building, and I came, let's see what I do. I came to my first township meeting during the summer of 2020. My concern was permits not being obtained for electrical modifications. That was the only reason I came. I think permits were important, and no inspections were made for more than 1 year after I brought this issue to the attention of township officials. I do not believe that was acceptable even during COVID. Now, it took 1 year before they actually did come, make the inspections and so forth. That's not good. The reason I bring this up tonight was because there was a fire at 206 Millburn Avenue. The firemen did an incredible job. I happened to be in Trader Joe's at the time. And I looked and they did amazing work. And not only, Chief, I went over, I spoke to them later on. They came out, they were there, they knew immediately that they had to have more equipment from neighboring fire departments. And they're professional beyond belief. You know that. I was not aware that the mayor had relationships within the fire department years ago, but they
Still
did.
happen.
Okay, understand that. But they do a great job. The police worked with the fire officials. Unbelievable. I bring this point up because I believe in permits and things of this nature. I lived at 246 Millburn Avenue. I brought this point up on several occasions that there are numerous violations at the property. Yes, the management is Campson. Yes, they are the largest in the state of New Jersey. Yes, the CEO sold his the Frick Mansion for $20-something million. He has money. You know, Miss Miggins did not get the listing. But the point is, it's important that we do take care of these issues. Later on, we're going to be talking about dumpsters. I sent an email concerning this. I've been involved in hazardous materials for most of my life, as far as regulations go. When I was down in Washington, I read the New Jersey State before I go to sleep. It's very, very involved. Other municipalities have gone into dumpster revisions as far as what can go into a dumpster, how much space between slopes and so forth, what can go into it and so forth. I know it's very, very busy, so but if there's a committee, I will be more than willing before I leave Millburn to help out. I mean, I've written regulations concerning hazardous material and so forth. But I do believe that keeping Millburn safe is important. I thank you, and I'm sorry if I'm.
You're fine. Thanks, thanks, Mr. Carlin. Okay. It's been a while.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Hi, Nancy. We can hear you. Welcome back.
So it was a wonderful summer, one of the best summers of my life. And I came back to the meeting today and kind of surprised that we're asking some of the same questions that I left unanswered with. The developers agreement, the environmental report that is not accurate, that Jerry, I mean, you guys, Frank and Jerry, have been a blessing to the community, educating the community as to the information that was hidden from the community. The fact that letters can be sent to Judge Gardner thank you, Jean, for letting us know about the telephone numbers. It's just shocking to me that, 2 months have gone by. I've tuned into the meetings. I haven't participated. I've listened. And I'm just looking forward to the November elections because once again, we have candidates that are unwilling to debate, unwilling to put their platforms front and center. And I applaud Oyen and Frank for really putting themselves out there. I see a little bit of Diane and Morrow out there, but Oyen and Frank have really put their best foot forward. Not sure who started the recall petition, but Maggie's being recalled and Sanjeev is being recalled for violating their fiduciary responsibilities to our town. Just because, again, a little bit better than 50% voted for you doesn't mean the other 49% should be ignored. And we have what to say, and we want to be heard, and you're not listening to us. And like the national level where people are just doing things without any regard for people that want to be heard, it's just appalling to me that you have a continued lack of regard for serving 100% of the community and not just the few. Tara, I really, really applaud you for calling out Essex County and not getting any progress with the county on the flood. We've been dealing with this flood mitigation for years and years and years. I've been in this town over 30 years, and I can tell you that it's a dead end because they're just not going to do the work on their end. For whatever reason, that has to be looked at, and they're just not doing it. So that really needs to be pushed, and I highly doubt Maggie's going to do it, and Sanjeev is going to do it. So hopefully the two new people coming in, whoever comes in, and hopefully it'll be 4 people coming in, will really make that a priority as far as the flood mitigation. And shame on Sarah Sherman for calling you out, Sarah, on Tara, on a point that you were making, that you've been down that road and you've been in the meetings and you've been calling these people out and they haven't done a thing about it. So, I feel like I came back to the same story, different day, except the work is just beautiful that the community has finally rallied to clean up the mess in this town and get some people that are interested in preserving the integrity, the historical nature of this community, and the beauty that people came to the Millburn to live here, like Frank and Jerry, that invested in a beautiful home in this community, not knowing the behind the scenes nightmare that they were getting into. Looking forward to the recall.
Thanks, Mrs. Stone. I will now close public comment. At this time, our professionals and committee members may directly answer any questions made by the public. These are only direct answers to questions that you may wish to comment on. It's not time for dialogue or debate. So folks, have at it. Alex, I'll start with you. Is there anything you want to, any comments you wish to address based on the questions from this evening? Please.
First and foremost, I will get back to Ms. Carlucci about the Taylor Street and her request for striping and garbage. Yes.
Alex, on that point, meters, like I've always wondered why we don't have meters on Taylor Street and think that that's like a revenue source that for the parking committee that we're missing out on. And especially when the school came in, I mean, there are people parked there all day long.
Yeah.
And we charge in all the other commercial areas. Like it doesn't make any sense why we don't have meter parking there.
There was never metered parking in that particular area. There is metered parking on Taylor Street, but more toward Main Street and the.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about specifically in front of Mrs. Carlucci's house on the other side. So in front of the swim school.
It was a reason, I can't remember where it was. That's not where the community garden is, is it?
No.
Okay.
But there was a problem with the community garden, people getting ticketed who were volunteering at the community garden.
This has nothing to do with the community. It's a totally different street.
No, but I understand there's still tickets happening. That shouldn't happen.
So I guess my point is I think we should actually put meters there.
I understand.
Okay.
The only thing I would say to Ms. Pasternak's comments is that we have not received anything from the court or the judge with regard to public comments that can be made. Appreciate her providing information. We do anticipate getting the link to the Zoom information sometime in the next day or so. So once we receive that Zoom information, we'll be sure to get that out immediately to the public for the compliance hearing. Ms. Urso and I have discussed multiple times via this forum the public access television station. And the only thing I will say to her comments is that we haven't done anything with lot 14 yet. So that's why she has not been contacted. I have committed to Ms. Prubis as well as others in these meetings that once we do start something, we will be sure to contact her along with everybody else that would be impacted by those parking lot improvements.
Do you have a time frame for that, just so that maybe that could?
It will probably not be till next spring.
Oh, that's good to know. So Perry, if you're listening, it's not happening this year.
But we will look to have the striping done for Taylor Street prior to the winter.
Mr. Wasserman, do you have
Yeah,
anything you'd like
I
to?
just want to respond to Ms. Urso. On our, she had questions about next weekend. And we have on the poster that Amanda Dean is a contact person. It is I believe it is, I think next weekend is kind of a co-sponsorship between the Ed Foundation and Explore. And Explore is running the lead on this. But if you have any questions, contact Amanda Dean. Her email is marketing@explore.milburn.shorthills.org. Anyway, it's on here, and or go on the website and contact Amanda, and I'm sure she'll get right back to you.
Any other comments to anyone else this evening, Mr. Wasserman?
Yes, there is another thing. I've seen on social media, and I want to respond to it, some questions about the animal control situation. The township committee, we decided a while ago to eliminate the 2 animal control people that were working, and there were 2 fully equipped trucks along with it, and there was an analysis done. And we replaced them with Animal Control Solutions, and there's a contract in place right now, and that we got very, very good comments about this company. I understand there is some issues still with them. I understand also the DPW is helping, in terms of some of the issues with animal control, but the short math on this is that the township was paying about $300,000 if you took the 2 salaries and the benefits and the 2 trucks and the fuel and all this. It was probably over $300,000. We replaced that with a contract, and Alex, maybe I'll ask you to comment on this contract to replace that whole infrastructure is about $30,000, maybe $40,000. So it's a huge savings for the township. I mean, there are trade-offs, but $300,000, $325,000, could be like a tax hike. I mean, it's a big amount of money. And I just want to explain, nothing is perfect, but I think that was a wise move. I think my co-committee person, Sanjeev Vinayak, took part of the lead on this and doing this. But it was a big savings for the community, for our township. And Alex, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yeah, please.
I think this analysis was not analysis, but this decision was made, and we were doing animal control for 4 other townships, and those townships were paying us $5,000 per township per year. So the alarm went off where if they can get such a cheap service from our town, what can we get as a professional service from outside? And we have both these animal control employees. There were openings in DPW, so they were not let go. They were absorbed in DPW instead of hiring from outside. they were put in there. So yes, everything has room for improvement. I'm not saying that it is the best of the best services that we'll get, but that animal services gets used a lot in other towns. And if needed, we can have another service do it for $30,000 more and get double the services.
Yeah.
It will still be very low than what we were paying, and it was way beyond $300,000. They had, on an average, we did this presentation last year. On an average, each employee in township cost us $100,000 a base salary, $20,000 as a pension, and $30,000 for their medical benefit. On an average, this is what we cost. Out of $57 million budget that we have, about $30 million, a little over $30 million gets spent on personal cost. So anything that we can do, not impacting the current employees, but keeping everything in check is what we try to do, but keeping the best service possible out there.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you have anything else you wish to add?
Yes,
Mr.
few
Vinayak?
of the comments, if I may.
Yes, please. Yes.
So there was a comment made by a gentleman or resident on the road being at an angle. There was another road in Deerfield section that wasn't at an angle. And in winter, there would be water will become ice, and there was an icing issue, and we had a lot of accidents there. So that road was repaved or redone after 10 years. It was done at an angle so the water can run off from the road. So there is no icing that can happen during winter time. So, but I guess that is a downward impact for flood mitigation that is not staying on the road, it's coming off the road. But I'm not really sure, or I'm not a specialist and I'm not an engineer where I think that is the best solution or that is the worst way of doing it. I'm not sure, but this is one of the things that I learned while that project was on in the Deerfield section. There was another comment made by a different resident about clarification on 9 Main Street. And I think that clarification should happen. There was a comment made that the school comes into play. We should clarify that. The people who have done that report, we should make sure, even though the second lot, or if that doesn't get made or the building doesn't get made on the 9 Main Street, they showed, or affordable housing had actually showed it to us, where they will take Millburn train station parking lot, or at least broach it that way. But this, excuse me.
Somebody,
Can I
this
talk,
is a
please?
business
It's
meeting.
my turn now. So whatever other place that they take other than 9 Main Street, and the comment was also made, where would the DPW go? It's a part of DPW, out of 4.5 acre property, 2 acres is towards this project. The remaining DPW stays there, and before anything even happened, we were already looking part of that DPW to be moved to the JFK Expressway site, which was stalled because we weren't sure what will happen with this site. So I hope that gets clarified more. There was another comment made on the affordable housing that the building will come, what will happen to the traffic, what will happen to the school system. Again, this is a state mandate. I have 2 kids, one in middle school and one in high school, equally impacted. I'm a resident of this town, a taxpayer of this town too. So this is not an easy decision on my part. And I'm, as I said, equally impacted. My kids are equally impacted. But as I said in the last time as well, this is state mandate, legislation wise, we have to do it. There was another comment for the 5G stations. I would actually expect, what is the solution? If you can come up with certain solutions, if there is any, then we can talk further. So that were not doing it completely versus doing it all. I don't know where this will go, but if there's any solution that you can come up with, I'd be happy to hear that out. Then there was another comment made by another resident, school of middle school and high school starting at the same time. I'm not sure if she was just mentioning it for us to know, or if she really intended that they should be separate, start at a separate time. But that is not on us. It needs to be with the Board of Ed. And if that is the request that she wants to make, it needs to go to the Board of Ed. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prupus?
Yes, thank you. To that comment about the staggering of times, I mean, that also has been a very long redundant conversation with the school. So that has happened and probably is happening, and continues to happen. And I'm sure they're trying to find a solution to it, and it does not get discussed here. To the traffic, two-way traffic, are we getting an update on that? Do we know when we're getting that report back from Brightview?
Colors.
Thank you, Colliers.
No update at this point, but I will be sure to be able to.
Yeah,
update
like
the
pretty
committee.
soon, right? So that should have something, some insight into that conversation. The relocation of the salt dome and the gas pumps, Alex, I mean, you told me you were gonna have something for us about where it was gonna go in June. Do you have anything, or has that whole conversation been halted? And if so, just why?
At this point, that conversation has only been happening peripherally based on, conversations about various things that we will have to move from DPW. No direct analysis has been done. I can't, the reason why is that we had certainly other items. We've provided some public information sessions about things like we've had to focus on compliance with overlay ordinances, various things like that.
I
So
cannot for the
that's-
life of me see any shovel in the ground in a year. I mean, I can't even understand how that is even being talked about in a realistic way. The environmental report. So I don't know at what point we do this, but I would like to put a motion up to have the township hire another firm to do the environmental study. I mean, I'm listening to Jerry speak about it. Like, I'm embarrassed. Like, I don't understand, like, and I'm not, this is definitely not my expertise. So, and I'm relying on the people that we hire, and there's clearly a reason to get a second opinion here. And I just want to go back to the reason that I'm sitting in the seat. At one point, the township hired consultants and told them that they thought flex parking was a good idea. So, and I know that this is not like the same, and I know how this works. Like, we hire consultants and then they do what we want them to do. So I've seen it. Alex, I've seen it. Okay,
Yeah, but I think it's
Alex,
a
I've
little
seen
bit-
it.
But so
forget
then
that
what's the next
comment.
consultant gonna
So,
do? I think
we
you're
need
you're
somebody-
actually tarnishing what we do next. So
Well,
my
no, I'm
concern
not.
is
Wait,
that.
hold on. Wait, Alex, I'm just asking for a second opinion. Like,
No, I understand that. I'm not
Because-
disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that everything that we've now just talked about, Colliers, whatever you put out here as a consultant,
but it's
you're
true.
basically
I've
saying,
seen it.
we just tell them what to do.
Well, a lot of it is like that, and it sucks, but it's a lot like that. And that's just what government is, and it's how it happens here, and how it happens on every level. So we can deny it and say, oh, that's not true. Or we could acknowledge it and move on and figure out like how to help the town. So all I'm saying is I think that we should get a second opinion. We have nothing, like, there's clearly issues.
What about calling the first one and asking them these questions?
So I still
Because
think.
I don't agree with the fact that we tell the consultant, and it's embarrassing to me too, if that goes that way. Why are we paying them the money? Why are we doing that?
Paying who?
Anybody, even Colliers for that matter, two-way traffic, why would we pay them?
So let's just stay on point here. Like, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, I actually suggest, why don't we call the first one back and ask them these questions
So
instead of
you're-
asking for a second opinion?
Okay, so you're suggesting that we have like, I want someone to come in public and answer all of the
Right,
questions that have a public information session
Yeah.
and have all of these questions answered.
Maybe they can make a presentation.
I think
at the
that's a
next
great
meeting.
idea. because
No, this
we
has
are
to
not
happen way
specialists.
before, like,
No, you're right.
And it shouldn't happen at
They
night.
should be able to answer these questions. Even I would like to know these questions.
So that's a good starting point. I'll take that.
So
But
they-
like soon,
They've made a presentation. There's a motion on the floor, is what I'm hearing you say, is that you want it.
I don't think.
No,
I don't think there is a motion on the
there's-
floor.
That's what you
No,
said.
well, I'm
No.
taking that back. But no,
Okay.
my motion was to hire, at first I was like, let's go hire, but I'm willing to like pull that back and take it step by step.
Have them answer for what.
But they need to come in and answer Jerry's questions.
I think it's a,
But I think they've done that once already. That's why I'm saying that
No,
this
I
company
think-
has come in once.
No, yeah, I'm specifically talking about, especially about the backdating and like how it got on the side. Like, I want to hear from them what happened.
I also believe that I do not believe, and I shouldn't speak for anyone, but I don't believe that the gentleman in our audience will be satisfied with that either. I think that there
I think
should
that's
be
a
a
good step in
second.
the right direction. I don't think you
I
can
think they
speak for
should-
Jerry.
No, I'm
You should,
not
yeah,
speaking.
You're
I'm
saying that you think that they should get their own report.
No,
but
I didn't
Oh.
say that. May I please? May I? What I'm saying is, it appears as if the people are not satisfied with the report and that they would only probably be satisfied if a second company were to come in, a second professional company were to come in and test the spots again, or spots that seem to have been missed, so that we know there is historic fill there. But it's all been reported, everything has been reported, so it would make sense then to have a second if they're not satisfied, because even if we bring in the company, we could bring the company back. I wonder if that would satisfy everyone.
But I don't think
Because
that's
there were
for
things
us
missing.
to.
Well, there were pieces missing.
Say what they would think would satisfy them. I mean, I'm not.
They've
gonna
asked though twice.
For. So it's
Can I
separate.
can I just say something, based on, one is that this company provided a service to,
Excuse me.
this company provided a service to the municipality. If there are questions about the product that they delivered, then I think they should come to answer about that. And perhaps there is an explanation. Perhaps, they have some sort of explanation. I don't know. But I think that it makes sense for them to come back rather than now throwing another dollar figure at another study where you may end up having to do that anyway, or you may want to do that anyway, but at least let them come back and answer.
That's fine.
We have
But
time for both of those things.
That's fine, but we also know like it's okay to get a second opinion,
Yeah, of course.
right? Like I'm sure all of us
I
up
am-
here.
Absolutely.
That was not my point in being sort of upset, what
Yeah,
I
you,
was saying.
okay, so I am saying like then sooner than later, like as soon as possible and not in an evening. To get them to come back, or maybe an evening, but just something that, so that people have access to come back and ask their questions directly of that company.
Yeah.
So, but also to that point, like I think that the residents should, if they want to get another report, and I understand, Diane, to your point, that it needs like
To be validated by the
to
town.
come in, like at some point, the town needs to look at there needs to be a collaboration.
Correct.
But I think it's a great idea if they want to go do their own report. So I'm just putting it out there, and they don't need a motion. I don't even know that they need approval for us to go do that.
They would have to have permission, you have to have
Because it's our,
insurance.
wait, hold on. Okay, so tell me about that.
Go ahead, Brad.
All right, so there's two issues here. One is the committee hiring a second consultant to go on and redo it.
Right.
The contracts that we would have with the consultant, of course, would have insurance, indemnification, those sorts of provisions. Similarly, if you were to make access to the public property to a consultant that may be retained by the public and the township consents to have that access provided, there would need to be similar types of insurance and indemnification as well provided to the township. So that's.
So does that get done on like, we have to have a vote?
You would need resolutions.
A resolution.
So when you hire professionals under the local public contracts law, why it's exempt from public bidding, the hiring of those professionals must be done by way of resolution.
But so if we allow them to do it, we have to allow them. And if that happens, we have to have a resolution.
You would have a resolution that would authorize the access agreement that would have to be executed.
Got it. All right.
Okay.
So I would like to put that motion in play.
To do what? Have an access agreement drafted?
Yes.
So there's a motion on the floor to.
Wait, Alex, can we just, I want to
Oh,
hear
yeah,
what
no.
Alex was going to say.
I was just gonna make the suggestion that they provide a letter to the municipality that they have a a corporation or a nonprofit group that can provide the indemnification, the insurance, like those types of things, so that the township is entering it into with somebody, not necessarily an individual resident. And you know, I'm sorry, you can certainly go through your motion, but I just want to make sure that before we go down this road of all this rigmarole, maybe that there is somebody that the township will be dealing with.
The first step is for them to give us that letter. Once we have that, then someone maybe will put a motion.
No, you're just authorizing us to go through an access agreement if we were provided the information that we need to do that.
So that can happen.
Now, while they're doing that, we should still call the.
Yes, that's already happening. That's happening. They're taking care of it.
Yeah. And
so now
we cannot, and I'm sure it's not that we cannot make everyone happy. It's just the nature of human being. Not every question will be answered with the way we want to hear, but the questions will be answered.
Right, but this is an important question. These are important questions. So the motion's on the table. So
excuse me.
Can I just say something?
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm just saying that if we had our people come back to answer the questions, might be very informative in terms of what.
But they still want to get a second opinion.
I'm not saying, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying that if we had the consultant, we paid all this money to do the testing, if they answered our residents' questions fully in terms of where they tested, how they tested, you know, what their parameters were, which I appreciate what Jerry brought up before. I think that would be very informative in terms of what you may want to test after you hear from them.
I would feel more comfortable after we have those people come in and answer those questions.
Let's get our hands around what wasn't done and then make a
But
decision.
they have that report. I mean, and they can be in communication if they need to be. I don't want to delay this any longer. That's my particular point. Like, I think that there is some urgency because shovel in the ground in a year. So I think there's some urgency actually around this. So
Can I speak for a minute?
Yeah.
So there's three things that we need to do. We need to hear from the private citizens who want to hire someone and make sure that's legal, and then we would be able to have an access. But you have to tell us you have a company in mind. We want to have a town hall meeting like we did for the overlay zones for the fair share housing, a public town hall on Zoom, however it be, to have a Q&A with the current consultant, because there are questions, there are omissions, there are whatever you call them. And then we want to consider the town also hiring their own second opinion, LSP, to find out LSRP. And we could determine, do they want to also review the first companies and do additional boring, but no one can get on the property without our permission.
Exactly.
all right, sure.
Okay, so those are three
So let's go
pieces.
back. The first point is getting the motion done to get the access.
They have to come to us and have
No,
a company. What's the attorney?
So you don't know, for example, what that access agreement will say in terms of the insurance limits, right? You don't know what that access agreement will say in terms of the indemnification. So if the motion is to prepare an access agreement, that can be done, but what you would then be requiring is that whoever would then be accessing the township's property would be able to meet those requirements in that agreement. And then you would be voting to allow that to happen. Not all tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
And we would want their qualifications also to make sure that it met the right
they
standard.
have to meet the
Right.
access, right? That would also, but we can vote on the motion for the access agreement.
So, but you could do tonight, this is up to you as elected officials, but what you could do tonight is pass a motion to authorize our firm to draft an access agreement.
Great, so that's my motion. Is to pass a resolution or an agreement, you just say it.
You're just authorizing our firm to draft the access agreement at
That's
this
my
point.
motion on the table.
I'm gonna second that, but Brad, will it have to be tweaked depending on who they present you with the, okay, so then, they don't have to be, okay, I second that motion. Okay.
Any discussion? No. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thol Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have like a lot more. So Nixle?
Not more motions.
No, not motions, a lot more responses, maybe.
Okay.
A lot more responses to comments.
Good.
Nixle.
Yes.
So what would be the process? Are you saying that we would have to, the police department would have to hire a specific person to run that program?
No, what I'm saying is that in these types of, in the departments that utilize this, is that either one, it's done through their dispatch, or two, it is someone that is dedicated to making sure that information goes out. And so that could potentially take away an individual from doing patrol work or whatever in those types of instances. They become like a communication person for the police department specifically. What we'll do is we'll speak to Summit, who is, I think, the one that everybody is comparing to at this point, and have a conversation with their police department and see how they are able to accomplish that and utilize that before I give a definitive answer that this is not something that makes sense for the municipality.
And if we were to do that, would that have to be done by a resolution, or is that something that Chief
Yeah,
Gilfetter?
that's enough.
So maybe also like checking with him, and maybe he can
Of course,
tell us
no,
what
that's
he
who
thinks.
I'm
Okay,
speaking
like
to.
see what he thinks about it. Okay,
I have a question on that.
yeah.
Summit is not civil services. We are civil services. Does that make any impact on this? Or you will ask the chief, you would.
Yeah, and not necessarily. I don't think that would be a roadblock.
The status of the developers agreement, that I assume somebody's working on that.
What's that?
The status of the developers agreement with RPM.
There's only been preliminary discussions about what might be included in the developers agreement. I anticipate that is something that will be completed post compliance hearing.
Okay, compliance hearing. So I totally get that you haven't received the information that Jean gave us tonight from the judge.
Yeah.
I get that, but can you reach out to the judge's office and ask them for that information and get it up on our website? So all of our residents have it and don't have to get it from Jean? No, thank you, but, so if you just call them. Okay.
I don't think he answered.
Oh, he shook his head.
No.
He's good. Thanks, Alex. The 9, and Maggie, I don't know if you said about the 9/11 ceremony. Are we having a 9/11 ceremony in town?
No.
Oh, we're not, well,
We
the
have
fire
we have one with the fire department. The fire department holds one, and that's generally sort of a organizational type of event, with police and
yeah,
stuff like
but
that.
do you just want to let our community know that that's happening?
It's not.
Oh, it's
public.
not.
Correct.
So what happened
So,
last year? Did we do it
That was the
because it was the 20th anniversary?
We do. So the way that the municipality has always handled it was that every 5 years that we hold a ceremony at one of our memorials. In the years in between, we do not.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, I thought we were gonna have that same thing.
No.
Okay, got it.
There's one in Essex.
Essex
Right.
County
At
does
8
one. Okay, got it. I didn't realize that every year we didn't do that. You talked about that. The access channel. There's so much, Perry's been talking
Years.
about this for a really, like, at least
Years.
so I'm just trying to figure out. At one point, we had a public channel. Then we stopped that and we went to the YouTube. If we wanted to bring the public channel back, I'm just saying, is that just your decision, or is that a committee decision, or like,
No.
how does that work?
I think you guys can form a committee of volunteers that would like to run it, much like SOMA. I think the issues, and I've stated this before, that we had was one with Hometown TV, and I don't want to disparage them at all, but we were having billing issues. It was costing us a lot of money. I don't think that people view it because it hasn't been run, and nobody has. And again, I hate using superlatives, but nobody has complained about it with the exception of Ms. Urso, who went to get an agreement from Hometown TV to present it to us.
So I have concerns about that as well. But however, if the committee would like to have a group that runs that station and uploads the information to the Teleview system and programs it and does the bulletin board and things like that, I
Yeah.
think that that would be something that would be beneficial.
So that's a lot of work and I'm not necessarily.
All the information is available on YouTube though, right?
Can I just
Yeah.
interject for how
Yeah.
this happened? Because Perry, thank you for reading my tap into article about Mr. Morrow and myself. I had met with a BA from another town who had a YouTube channel. And I went to Alex, I was brand new. I said, why do we have a YouTube channel? Because the reason is the hometown TV was costing us $500 per meeting, twice a month, just for our TC meeting. The planning board meetings and the board of adjustment meetings were never public because they weren't hiring for that. So also, I, as a township committee person, could never find the meeting. They would use different abbreviations. You couldn't find if they would abbreviation the date or the month by the day, however, you couldn't find it ever. So for a nominal amount of money, we have our own system installed. We have a YouTube channel, which we're using before COVID. And thank goodness we had it, because when COVID happened, we were in lockdown. This was the only town that never had to go on Zoom for our township committee meetings for the five of us. We're here all the time. So hometown TV, now people can access the planning board meetings and the board of adjustment meetings, and they can see what happens if they have to present. And also now, because there's 9 people up here, they have continued to stay on Zoom for safety reasons. And it's a lot easier because we don't have state of the art here, that when the architects or the planners or whoever is presenting, the traffic engineers, it's on everybody's screen. It's much more efficient. I have not heard from anybody in 6 years that they are missing our public access TV. Not one. And I hear a lot of complaints, and not one about the dog park. Very proud that I got dogs in Taylor Park. I have also not heard one complaint. So anyway, I don't know if we have to have that. It was costing the town a lot of money, and we have a system. And I do believe moving forward, our audiovisual system needs to be upgraded. We should have a state of the art, and I said this at the last meeting, video and audio. So personally, I'm not going to sit on a committee and upload stuff to a TV channel. To my knowledge, no one's watching. I'm sorry, Perry. So that's what the genesis of that was. That's it. It's very simple.
And one more question, Mr. McDonald. The money that we get from some channels, was that?
The receipts from BPU, is it?
It's the cable franchise agreement.
Right. Is that something that we need to put it back into channel subscription, or we can use it elsewhere?
It is, that is a budget line item on the revenue side every single year.
And we
So
can
it
use
is not something that is specifically utilized or needs to be utilized toward a public access station. The township, when it first received the franchise agreement with Comcast, did receive a grant in the amount of $60,000, which was utilized for public access needs. That's how we bought the Teleview system, the stuff that those different things. But that was some years ago. Obviously, as Ms. Seglow had stated, the internet rapidly took over, and we utilize the YouTube channel for any video that we do now.
So we have room to spend that money elsewhere.
That money is allocated in the budget as an offsetting revenue to our expenses.
Okay, so that's good. Thank you.
So
Anything else?
my thought about the cable access, like I don't want to be part of any committee that is figuring out how to program that. And I personally think that it's super easy to go on and watch the replays or watch Zoom. Although at the last meeting, you guys talked about this, the volume, like I couldn't hear the volume. It was already turned up.
I see the gentleman there now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we're not having, I didn't realize that. I didn't know who you were, but yeah. So that's good that got resolved. But I would just say to Perry, like, if this is an issue that you want to, and you feel like there's support for this, then like bring the support, because we've heard from you at least for the past two and a half years about this, and only you. So if this is a big issue and people want a channel, then you know, you can take that and run with it and then bring it to us. And this kind of is also my response to Christine about the 5G. Like, I don't know if you've been to the Environmental Commission, and I totally applaud you for coming up here and being so passionate and speaking of it. But the way I've seen stuff get done in this township is never by one person coming and speaking at that podium. So you need to go find the other people who care about this issue, and you need to get louder, and you need to build consensus in our community, and then show up here and say, we have a problem and you need to address it. That's the way I see that change happens. It's not because otherwise there's all these single people coming up and saying things, and that's just not the way change happens. So go find your people and build consensus, and then come back. And I would go to the Environmental Commission and see who there. No, Millburn.
Township.
I would go to the Millburn Township Environmental Commission.
I didn't know.
We do.
I've been looking for some guidance from you guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That's my guidance to you.
I'm a very scientific person, so I'm very familiar about this. science.
Oh, anyway, so we can't back and forth, but I will back and forth with you at another time. And lastly, I'm going to go back to my comment about the Orange Reservoir. And I'm going to say that in the position of mayor that I was last year during Ida, and being so involved, and I was told that this is going nowhere at the Orange Reservoir from the people who make the decision. So until we have a different administration that governs that Essex County Reservoir, and I may be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope this incites you, Sarah Sherman, to make it happen and to gather all your people to make it happen. But I was told it will never happen. So you can take that for what it's worth. And if you want to keep pushing it, and that's not what I said, that it shouldn't happen. Of course, it's a solution. But Essex County, I was told that it was never going to happen, and I'm going to let it die there. But keep going on it. And to that point, that's why I think that other solutions need to be explored with urgency. So with that, I'm done with my responses. I am finished.
I'll talk very fast. Okay, I also want to know about the DPW reload timeframe and cost. Part of what I put in the Taylor Park Gateway plans, that they have to have a trash and recycling receptacles marked on their plan. I put that in as an addition, Jesse. So that's really important. Our Taylor Park really does get used. It's a wonderful park. So we do have to, especially during COVID, remember the trash was overflowing. I asked Alex, they put more trash cans in. So we just have to ask. I talked about YouTube. Flood mitigation has worked very hard. But they neglected to have representatives from the downtown and the Willow Street area. So we can still work for those parts. Two-way traffic. This was the reason I didn't want to have Collier's back. He never responds, Alex. You used to have to always call him and remind him. We have a great new traffic consulting, Brightview. They should have been taking Collier's work and then reviewed it. Again, second eyes on something. Collier's has not been receptive. So where are they? We've been talking about this since you were first mayor. So this is a long time. Collier's, come back and give us your information. They didn't even have the courtesy to come to like a meeting for RFPs. So I don't know why they would grant another contract. I'm sad Mr. Finayak walked out of the room, because we all love our fire department and we know how integral and vital they are. And I don't want to ever hear talk from anybody that they should be changed to a volunteer fire department. That is just terrible, and we don't want to ever hear that. We love our fire
who was
department.
talking about that?
You walked out of the room, you don't have to.
Oh,
you can
sorry,
raise
okay,
it.
moving on, I'm talking
You can
fast, it's
respond.
10 o'clock. Dave Cuomo retired. Yeah, we know, but he talked about having a volunteer fire department.
No, but he didn't say
it here. No, he didn't say it here, but he said it. It's not
Okay,
tonight.
go on.
Dave Cuomo has retired. Then we had a part-time second person who was doing inspections. Is that person now full-time?
That person is now.
Okay, so now we're gonna replace him with another part-time person.
That is the hope.
Okay, we will be allowed to hire somebody. No one's gonna put a kebab on hiring another person.
Certainly not.
Terrific. Tom Doty is now replaced by a part-timer. Is that gonna be a full-time forester? Or is that remain a part-time job?
That is, again, I think I stated this at the last meeting, that we were looking into contractual service for a full-time position.
What do you mean contractual?
Like a company that provides a forester, but it's a full-time employee.
Okay, full-time employees. Okay, I would like to ask that we take a 2-minute break. Sure. Because I have not walked off the And I'm.
Can I just ask, when will we get a report back on Gateway in terms of timeframe?
The Taylor Park?
Yep.
Jesse, what are we waiting for? They're just gonna review the couple of tweets we
So
offered.
maybe next meeting?
Probably October.
October.
Thank you.
2-minute break. And we're back. Ms. Zegler, were you finished speaking with everyone with reports?
Yes.
Everybody else is finished?
All done.
All finished?
Yep.
Mr. Carney?
Yes, I just want to say that the section 23 municipal land use law was quoted correctly this evening. And I wanted to speak to the planning board attorney about the class 4 member and how that was chosen. So I'll be back.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure. Mr. Portman, are there any violations?
I can't speak to it.
You can't speak to
I don't have it
any?
in front of me. I don't.
Okay, so can we
I don't
just
know what-
check on that with Mr. Carlin? I know he does complain a lot and we do get things looked at. And I know the fire department gets there and the police department gets there. So
Yeah,
we're gonna check into that.
they've been there. They've had, if he has additional violations, I just ask him to send it to Jerry and to the fire department and let them do their job.
Okay, okay. And as Ms. Prupa said.
Jerry,
Not that Jerry.
Yeah.
you're doing it.
We hadn't gotten notice from Judge Gardner. The minute we get notice or somebody wants to
Correct.
reach out to him and say.
Well, no, Alex said
No,
he
I'll
was-
reach out tomorrow,
I
but we
know.
haven't gotten the Zoom.
We
No, I
haven't
got you.
gotten any, we
I got
haven't
you.
gotten any information. That's that. As far, Ms. Pasternak, as far as the library and the booking of the meeting, I have no idea about that. We have a library meeting, a board meeting in a week. We'll get back to you on that. My pleasure. Touch on that. Can we talk about any of this?
No.
Okay. I think that's it for me. Okay, finished. Here we go. Consent agenda resolutions. The Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any items listed on the consent agenda?
No comments.
Gentlemen? Any questions? No? Was that one?
No.
Great. May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-201 through resolution 22-204, which are listed on the consent agenda?
Motion.
May I have a second? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thol Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have resolution 22-205, determining the form and other details of its notes relating to the water bank construction financing program of the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank to be issued in the principal amount of up to $2.445 million and providing for the issuance and sale of such note to the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank and authorizing the execution and delivery of such note by the Township of Millburn. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-205?
This is for the joint meeting that you spoke of, Alex.
Mhm.
Yes.
But this is not yet what.
Not
I
the
was-
additional,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-205?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thol Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Miggins and Mr. Vinayak will now recuse themselves from the resolution 22-206. It's me. Ms. Egler? Are you moving slow?
The gavel's over there. I've got
Oh,
to move the
yeah.
gavel.
Move the
No, I'm going to the gavel.
We're gonna be a little heavy on this side.
Oh, yeah. It's okay, we won't collapse. Oh, wait, we might collapse. We have not checked the infrastructure in this building in a while. Oh. Okay.
Mayor,
Oh, can I have my glasses out?
Mayor,
Yeah.
before we do I would like to open up resolution 22.206 to public comment before we vote on it.
I think that's a good idea. So you want to make a motion for that?
I did. I just
Okay,
did.
I will second that motion.
A roll call vote? Oh, sorry, Mayor.
Christine, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglow,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we discuss Resolution 22-206, which is to award professional service agreement for special counsel for election for legal services, this has to do with the recall. We are going to open this up for public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak, please come up to the podium.
Would you like an explanation of it prior to public comment?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Just this particular engagement of special counsel is, and I want to be very clear on this, this is for the township, for the staff that is required to facilitate the process of a recall election, in particular, should it take place. This is not, obviously does not have anything to do with Mayor Miggins or Committeeman Benayak, as they've been accused from this process. But this is, again, just supportive of the staff, Christine Gaddy and the clerk's office that must go through the process of anything that occurs with a recall. This is not something that communities face often or at all in their history. So we just want to make sure that we are doing our job in that process correctly, whatever that is. So I just want that to be very clear. We also, will have the ability to answer any other questions that may pop up. From the committee first, and then certainly the public.
Let me read the fact sheet also. To award professional service contract for election guidance, legal services to Scott Salmon of Jardim, Meisner, and Susser. The Millburn Municipal Clerk's Office was served with 2 intentions to recall for Township Committee members on August 24th. The election recall statute, NJSA 19:27A-1, is heavily regulated and complicated. The municipal clerk is advised to exercise caution when called upon to execute their statutory responsibilities and seek legal counsel throughout the process. So that is why we're doing this. So I believe we have the attorney here tonight. So first, let's take public comment about this particular resolution.
My name is Jeffrey Feld, live in Alexander Lane. I understand the need for outside special counsel, but I was just saying before that when you do the resolution, one, that the public should be able to see the proposal, to see, understanding when his duties, I had never met this man before until today, so I just want to make that clarification. When his performance duties have gone, because we did say that this is very statutory, that the petitions were submitted on August 24th. There's a timeline when things had to be happening by the clerk. And the question is, I think you should be to explain to the public what are statutory deadlines there, like within 3 business days, the clerk
Give us
has
a
to say
chance.
whether the certification was okay. Then the 2 people that have left here have X days to respond, that the clerk has to publish.
Okay, Mr. Feld, why don't you let us do that?
And no, may I speak about your comments? Because you have the problems, I want to avoid a Beth McManus problem. Beth McManus problem was that when she was retained in July of 2021, the proposal wasn't attached and the contract wasn't attached. Today, you're approving a contract. That's what your duties are. And that's the other problems that we have for the last few years we've been discovering, that we know that the process has to occur, but the question is, the public should know is what his fees are going to be, what his duties are going to be. Is he going to be the one that's going to be going looking at the signatures? Because his history of this gentleman, where he appeared from, I don't know. But I know what he's been doing. He was up in Patterson. He was with Connie West, where he was challenging other petitions with signatures. That's not his function. It's not to challenge the petition, signatures. His responsibility is to tell you the dates you have to do it, because you don't rely on your things. And I'm just saying to make sure that everyone understands what the functions are, rather than coming back later saying we didn't know when he started, what his duties were. Let the public know. What's the harm of knowing us what his duties are going to be? It's this specific problem, because we don't even know if the services are going to be easy. Because there's 5 months to get a certain number of signatures.
Mr. Carney, would you want to, or do we want this gentleman to give us all the statutory regulations, the timing of why this is so important and why we have to approve this tonight? Who should do that?
I don't think it ought to be me because
Okay.
I am, I have never been under the uniform recall election law.
Okay, so why don't we let this gentleman?
Maybe we could do.
Oh, I'm sorry, this was not on. Okay, so go ahead. I was just going to say that our office does not have much experience under the uniform recall election law. So I think it would be better if any questions were answered directly by the firm that you're planning on hiring.
Okay, I'm just confused why Alex and Jesse stepped out of the room right now. Alex and Jesse? Like, okay, that's weird. Okay. So,
Okay,
wait,
we're
maybe
not closing public comment.
No,
Why
but
don't
maybe
we-
he should introduce himself.
Yes, and he should come make the presentation. So-
Yeah. Like,
Yes.
what is he doing? And-
Well, are we
yeah.
closing public comment?
No.
No, I said I wasn't closing it. I would
Okay.
like this gentleman to come up, introduce yourself and explain the process.
Yeah, I think we just opened up too quickly.
Yes.
Yeah. We should have started.
Hi.
Hi there, my name is Scott Salmon, I'm a partner at the law firm of Attorney Meisner and Susser. I would ask, what exactly you would like me to talk about? I talk about the dates that are involved here, or just what my role is?
Both.
All
So
of
we
it.
were served with this recall on August 24th.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so we have X amount of days to do each task. So maybe you could just start with that.
Sure, so I'll be upfront that I don't remember off the top of my head the exact number of days for all the different things, but I can give rough approximations. So once a notice of petition is served or filed with the municipal town clerk, the notice of intent has to be reviewed by the town clerk. There are certain things that have to be on the forms, it's a relatively standard form, but there's certain things that have to be included. If on that notice of intention, the recall committee provides a statement of reasons for why they are seeking the recall, then the elected officials that are seeking to recall have to be given a period of time, I think it's 5 business days, with which they can respond to that statement. There are certain requirements for what can be included in those statements, what cannot be included in those answers. The most important early time frame is that there's at least 3 business days that the town clerk has or had to respond to that original notice and advise the committees as to whether or not their notice of intent or notices of intention are going to be accepted or not. The most time consuming part of that and the most difficult part of that is coming up with a estimated cost of what the special election would cost. And they have to consult, and to do that, they have to consult with the county board of elections, the county clerk, the county superintendent of elections, as well as different officials within the township itself to come up with those numbers under a fairly compressed time frame. This, I'll say, situation is, as Mr. Carney said, it is very, I believe it was Mr. Carney said, the use of the uniform recall law is fairly rare. It is even more rare when you see multiple officials potentially being recalled at the same time. And so there are a lot of things that happen very quickly, or they need to happen very quickly. For election law, generally speaking, deadlines are, I can't think of a better phrase than loosey-goosey. They're fairly there's a lot of give and take with deadlines. That's not the case in election law generally. That's not the case with recalls. For whatever reason, the courts have decided that the deadlines for everything related to the uniform recall law have to be followed strictly. If anyone blows a deadline, almost certainly going to get sued. And so, that is unlike most areas of election law. And so that compressed time frame, both as is happening now because those notices of intention were submitted, and potentially if the recall petitions are eventually submitted, there's also a strict time frame by which the town clerk has to review those petitions for not just signatures, for other potential issues that could come up. And so there's not a big time frame. Again, it's compressed even more when you're dealing with 2 of those. And so a lot of those things we'll have to wait and see what happens. whether one or both petitions are submitted, if they're submitted together, if they're submitted separately. So a lot of those things are up in the air. But because of those tight deadlines, in my opinion, it's one of those things that you want to be prepared for if and when it's going to happen. Because once it happens, realistically, if you're not already prepared or don't already have all the elements that you need in place, it's going to be almost impossible to actually comply with it then. And then if you don't comply with it, as I said, the township is almost certainly going to get sued.
Okay, so we don't want the township to continuously get sued. That's not in our best interest
Agreed.
as fiduciaries, okay? So we want to be protective. So as far as this contract, we really need to approve this tonight is what I'm understanding and have you available. Is that right, Alex?
Yeah, and I would just like to point out too that we have been utilizing Mr. Salmon so far in this process because everything happens very quickly. The purpose of this resolution being on tonight was to make sure that we're confirming our use of Mr. Salmon and that we are being transparent about our use of Mr. Salmon and that also we are providing a not to exceed at this point of $20,000. Hopefully, who knows, maybe that will be enough. I don't know. And we may end up coming back to the township committee for additional if we do end up getting, but the whole point is to be protective of the township as a whole here.
Yes. And that is one of the most important things I think to recognize that in my role, I am here to represent the township and its best interests. I'm not here to represent any one of the township committee members, but the township as a whole. And so that's what I'm here to do is to make sure that the township's interests are properly represented.
Okay, and if one of the township committee members who are on this recall petition by name, if they want to, they can retain their own counsel. That is not on the township committee. We will not be responsible for that. That is their choice to move forward. But we have to be protective of Ms. Gaddy's office. So you'll be working with Ms. Gaddy and not you, just solely with Ms. Gaddy. So this is really important because this has never been done before. This is a really big deal. So.
I have a quick question.
Yes, so I will now, let's ask.
Can I ask a
Yes,
question before
absolutely.
we open it back up to public comment? Oh, I'm on. Okay. Can someone just, and maybe it's Alex or Salmon, Mr.
Yes,
Salmon? Like a fish. Explain like how you got to the township committee, like, not the town, to Christine Gaddy's office, like, I'm, maybe, how did
Christine find it?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So.
And was there anybody else that you guys
yes, we reached out
looked at, and how did that whole process go?
There's a couple things here. One is that we called around to several attorneys to see whether they had familiarity or experience in this. We also asked our current. We asked Mr. Carney's office. We asked Mr. Giacobbe's office, and then we found Mr. Salmon's office by recommendation and
recommendation through Mr. Carney and Mr. Giacobbe's office, or just
no through one of the attorneys that we contacted as a result of this. So
okay,
yeah.
And your firm specializes in election law?
I do within my firm. My firm as a whole does not, but I do it along with some of our associates, yes.
And your firm has not done work for Millburn Township before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And time is of the essence. We can say that.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
What other townships have you represented in this type of capacity?
With election law represented the town of Dover, the town of Westfield, done some election special counsel work in Red Bank, and then aside from that, on the committee's side of things as well.
And this is the type of work. This is all you do. Is this all you do, or mostly what you do?
It's a significant portion. I also practice. I also do government representation work for municipalities like Millburn as well.
and in your working in other municipalities, were you ever sued
Yes.
as the election? Like,
Well,
were the towns sued for not following election recall protocol?
No. Typically the towns are parties to the lawsuits. At least in my experience, the parties to lawsuits, but we haven't been the the main lawsuit was directed at them.
So we're not being sued at this point. You
No,
were there to
no.
guide Ms.
Yes.
Caddy's office through the process, so we don't get sued.
Right, so I was just wondering if he
Yeah.
ever failed in his guidance and got sued.
He doesn't look like he is.
Failed in his guidance. That was very judicious of you.
And and right now with your engagement with the township, you charge by the hour
Yes.
until
Yep.
you reach your limit?
That's correct, that's correct.
So, okay, so next steps, you'll guide Ms. Gaddy's office through this process. And then the petitions will be given back to the 6 people who were signatures on there. And then they will do what they do. So we will continue to need your services until this goes through, if it gets to that point of a special election.
So I think that if I remember correctly, the resolution is through the end of this year, so right, it'll be renewed if the petitions have not been submitted in that time. There is some time that they would have after the new year would start where petitions could be submitted then. Really depends on how long it takes for them to be collected and submitted to the town.
One more question.
Sure.
And if we do get sued, if everybody decides to sue, like many times they do you represent us? Like, do you go to court with us?
I would, yes.
Who's suing? Oh, hold on, Richie, hold on. So in terms of the special election, how does that work? Like, let's say that the recall goes through and they get the signatures, like what happens after that? Once a signature, let's say that they get signatures, what happens?
So the signatures have to be on once the petitions are collected, they then get submitted and filed with the town or with the town clerk, who then has I believe it's 10 business days to review the petitions. They're looking for the signatures, looking for make sure that it's registered voters that are signing it, making sure they're looking for duplicates, essentially looking to make sure that there are enough of them. There are also certain requirements with the form itself. There are certain things that have to be on it to make sure that when the voters sign the petition, that they are properly informed. And so all those things have to be reviewed by the township clerk. And that would be, my role is to give any advice that's necessary. I think that someone asked about whether I'm sitting there reviewing the signatures myself. It's not what I do, for a lot of different reasons, but that's not what I do. So I'm there if there are questions, if there's any confusion about how what constitutes a valid signature or something, or if there's an issue, a specific issue with the petition. Sometimes you see stray marks on these things that maybe sometimes it may invalidate a page, maybe not. And so that's the kind of thing that I would be asked about. After that, if the petition is confirmed as valid, it would then get scheduled for a special election, and the different laws about the timing of that and how that exactly works. And for that, the township clerk will be working with the county board of elections, the county clerk, and the county superintendent to schedule and make sure voting machines are available, make sure ballots are received, all of those things. And so that's the process that comes after the petitions are, if they are submitted and they are approved, then that's what comes after that.
And you're not there to help the 6 people who sign the signatures figure that out. That's on them.
That's correct. They are free to retain their own legal counsel.
Right.
I would strongly encourage them to do that because it is such I'll call it a unique and strict law. But yeah, that's on them. There's no cost to the township for them hiring their own attorneys. There's no cost to the township if the elected officials want to hire their own attorneys. That's all on them. The township's all responsible for
Is election recall, is that governed federally or by each state has their own?
So in New Jersey, the
laws?
right to recall certain elected officials is guaranteed under the state constitution. And then in 1993, the state legislature passed the Uniform Recall Law, which governs the exact procedures for it. So it's dictated by the state, but it comes from the state constitution.
And then in a recall election, anybody, like both parties or whoever wants to run can run, like they put up candidates just like it's a regular election?
No, I wouldn't call like a regular election. For the first the people have to be recalled or not before doing that. So no, it's not like a traditional election. And it's just to fill out the remainder of the term. So it's not doesn't start the clock on however long the terms are.
Obviously, yeah, I get that point, but I guess, and then also could like the officials who are being recalled, could they be back? Are they allowed to go back on the ballot to finish out their term?
No, once they're recalled now.
Wait, hold on.
No, I know what you're saying, Tara, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. So then they can't, they can't, that's a no, like.
Correct. They can run, if they want to run down the line.
Yeah, or
then
they can
something
run
else.
like at the next election if, and maybe the next, got it, all right. All right,
So, okay, so there's a recall election, you've got these two people name on it, you know who they are. If they get recalled, yes, by enough of the, however are needed in this town, I don't know that number, do you know what that number is?
So they need the petition, for the petitions are required to have 25% of the registered voters in the municipality as of the last general election. So in this case, well, it actually depends on the timing of when the petitions are submitted. It would either be 25% of the registered voters from the 2021 election or the 2022, again, depending on when petitions are potentially submitted.
Okay, so on that same ballot, you do not have the two replacement names? No. You don't have, okay, so you get the percentage, they vote yes, hypothetically. When does the community have another special election to put new people? Where do the people come to fill the seats?
no, that is the special election. Oh, no, it's
that's
not,
the recall.
you're right, so they recall, so we lose our two people, and then what, then you have to have a special election?
So another special election. And where do those names come from? Are they handed down by the party leaders? Like these two people are Democrats. The Democrat leader is one who's got herself on the ballot. Does she give us two new names? Like how does that happen? Independents, Republicans, Democrats, where do those fill-in names come from? That's what people have been asking me.
Yeah.
Do you know?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this is super important, like
Yeah.
what happens?
People can submit, or actually anyone that wants to be a candidate can submit a petition as you would normally do if you want to run for office. That's what it is.
Regardless of party, you're not, like right now, we're a partisan town. So regardless of party, anybody can put their name on that ballot on the fill-in ballot.
Assuming they satisfied all the other requirements.
Yes, but they don't have to be picked by anyone. They can just say, John Smith, hey, I want to.
Well, they probably have to have a petition, just the same way.
Well, I don't know, or they
do.
just.
They do, probably the same way
With the
you
same
got on
number
the
of
ballot.
signatures we needed. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's really important to know. Moving forward, it's not party determined if these two individuals are recalled, those two seats, and is there a time frame between the recall and the no special election to fill their seats? Is that also governed by the statute?
It's all included in the statute.
Do you know offhand how much time? I would imagine it's a short time frame because you've got to get people up here running the town.
And then are you like, if the recall happens, no, if the petitions happen, and then we go through or do we still need to have you retained through the special election? Like, is that something you do?
That would be up to the township. There are certain times when I know I'm speaking for all here. There's certain times when it makes sense to have your attorney if there are potential issues that may still come up. Again, with this one, it's because it's so unique in the sense that there are potential two elected officials at the same time. It may make sense, and frankly, I would want to think about it a little more. It may make sense to, in case there are other issues that come up, which there may be, but the cases where it's smooth sailing ahead, it's not necessary. So I know I'm speaking very broadly.
Yeah, because there's so many possibilities and
Correct.
options. I was just wondering, like, how much money are we gonna pay you?
Not to exceed minimum amount.
No, I know that right now. No, I know that right now. I was just wondering.
So you will not be having closed sessions, keeping us abreast of what's going on, strictly between you and Ms. Gabby.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Just one more question. Are there any conflicts of interest between you and, any of us here? Are there any connections between you and us or any of the elected officials
Candidates
or
right.
the party? Do you want to let us know about any conflicts of interest that you may have with your engagement?
Sure, there are none that we have. My current law firm had like I hope that every other law firm has conflict check software where we can look for that sort of thing. We've run everyone's names through the system, and we have no conflicts that we're aware.
And I've never seen you before in my life.
Okay.
Neither has Mr. Feld.
Can we make a motion?
Wait, I think we're opening it back to public comment.
Okay, so let's have a truncated public comment. Like, let's be cognizant of the time. It's 10:30. We have a lot of really good items on new business. So if you want to speak briefly. Yes.
I think based on what we've heard, I think the public should know when his engagement began. Did it begin on the 26th or the 24th? What is his hourly rate? We don't, that's not set forth in the resolution. Also, I mean, I think that's public information. All we heard so far was on August 24th, petitions were submitted to the municipal clerk. Where did she ever respond? I mean, I think we should be able to have preliminary where the status is. All we heard today was August 24th, two petitions were submitted to the municipal clerk.
So you want to know when he was hired?
No, because I think that's one of the things you have to do. You're retaining him, as Alex said, non pro tunc. You're going back retroactively.
Yeah.
I think it should be part of the record when his service began to this community.
Got it. Okay.
I think that's something.
All right, we could ask him.
Simple.
Okay, well, let's get all the questions out, because we'll never get out of here. That's it. When did he start?
When he started.
Hourly rate, and when did he start?
Yeah.
$210 an hour.
I mean, just let's say that we're putting part of the resolution that the public knows. And also, I think just to clarify is transparency, that all we know so far tonight, I know, is that August 24th, 2 petitions were submitted. I don't know if those petitions were certified within the 3 days, or were they gone back to the people, they had to come back. I don't know where we are.
Yeah, but I think there's also, and Mr. Salmon can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a certain amount of information to notices, public notices, that we are required to be as a part of this process. That's why we have them, to make sure that we're providing the information that we need to provide. We are not, yeah, but what you're saying, Mr. Feld, is like, I think there's a degree of like, we have a job to do, the people that are looking to recall have a job to do, so.
I'm not saying that, Alex. Alex, I'm saying very carefully, I want to avoid a Beth McManus.
We got you.
situation.
Mr. Feld, we got you. We got you.
Saying, what's the date? What is the rate? The people know where it's now.
Okay,
And then
date and the
everything-
rate. Thank you, Mr.
And when
Feld.
we go forward, then bring up the public saying that this is where we are in the next few days.
Got it. We got you.
Okay, date and rate, please. Well, with Mr. Salmon, date and rate.
Time has like blended together since the beginning of the pandemic, but I believe it was either the 25th or 26th.
It's very quickly.
That would make sense, because we have due diligence to do.
I want to say
this.
the initial conversations were on the 25th. I don't remember if my first billable hour was the 25th or 26th, but it was one of those two.
$210 an hour, so far not to exceed 20,000, and we'd have to rehire you come January.
And just to clarify, my hourly rate is $210 an hour for associates from the firm. I believe it's 175. 175 an hour.
Okay.
For associates. So.
Okay, got that. Richie. Moving along.
Question, so hypothetically, the recall begins. 160 days to get signatures, which falls after the November election. Can we call off the recall at any time? Because you said that there has to be money.
It's not, this is nothing to do with us.
This is about the resolution.
No, I know.
We have to hire this attorney.
We're hiring the attorney.
Yes.
Yeah,
we're not giving legal advice. We want to know, we're gonna hire, we want the public to see, we need to hire this attorney. And that was really why Ms. Pupis wants a public
But
comment.
he said that there's Essex County is going to come up with a number, what it's going to cost to do a recall election. So that money doesn't have to be spent until there's an election.
It's not we. It's the recall people, the individuals that are looking to recall. Not we.
I think Rich is just asking a general question, which I think is an interesting question. That why can't we have Mr. Salmon here? Let's just let him answer the question of whether or not that after, like, if can the recall just die?
If the 6 of them choose to go away?
But I feel like first and foremost,
Yeah.
it's him giving legal advice.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
To the like
Got it.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like it sounds very much when he said, can we cancel at any time? Are you the petitioners? You don't know that. I don't think we want to.
I think the petitioners would have to, I think this petitioners would have to ask their own attorney. They left.
Yeah.
So I think Richie would have to ask their attorney if they change their mind, what they need to do. This is
So I just
tonight,
got-
yeah.
My antennas went up when he said that there's a big number to do
That will be on the
election.
petition.
Right, so there's like a big number that's being thrown around.
We don't know what that
and
number
then
is.
there was something
Wait, what
else
do you
that he
mean?
said.
It's gonna be on the petition.
On the
Cost.
petition will say the cost of what the recall costs. That means, like what Mr. Salmon said, the cost of getting the machines, the cost of printing the ballots, all of that. When the petitioners go around, I don't know how they're gonna do it, they're going around town, I don't know how they're gonna do it. On that petition, it will say, this recall election will cost the municipality X amount of dollars.
If it proceeds.
If they get the signatures, if they get the needed signatures.
Right, and if it proceeds.
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you said something else, that will it be recalled separately, like one recall for the mayor, town committee member, Miggins, and one for Vivian? That'd be silly to do separate. I mean, there'd be two elections. I mean.
Well, there's laws. That's what he said.
Yeah, there's gotta be
Yeah.
laws around that.
But he has to be hired to continue giving.
I think he should be hired.
Okay, good.
Okay, great.
Then let's do
Okay, we sit down now.
it. Okay, I think we're good.
There's two.
Okay, who's online?
Oh.
Okay, it's gotta be quick, Jean.
I'd like to understand, you mentioned there are issues, right? You said something about that if the issues come up, like you said something about stray marks on a page. Is that it? Is that kind of a major kind of?
Hanging chads. Okay,
This is-
you know, we have 4 really important pieces of new business that are also important to the town. So, I know. Well, okay.
It's not gonna get answered.
Okay.
I don't agree with you.
I know, Jean, I know. I've heard that for a couple of years now. Who,
Because it's the truth.
yes, who's on? Who's that? I can't read from here. Marion? Okay.
Hi there.
Hi.
Sorry, I know it's very late, but I have to tell you, Millburn, we're making history tonight. That you are hiring an attorney for a first time ever recall. And have you not learned anything from Mr. Feld? Alex, there's nothing transparent.
Wait,
about-
okay, I'm sorry, that's off topic. I'm sorry, who's that even talking?
Excuse me, but there's nothing transparent about this. You have a resolution listed with, you do not have a contract from this gentleman. You three sitting.
They don't see the contract?
No, we haven't
They
seen it.
will.
Mr. Feld said.
You will, it'll be posted as soon as we sign, Perry, it will be posted as soon as we vote on it.
We have questions, but you're going ahead,
Okay.
Approving it.
Okay, sorry, Perry, we're gonna we need this gentleman. I know you want this to happen. Who's next online?
And
Jess?
let me tell you something, hello,
Do
this
whatever
is
you want.
definitely our local channel worthy.
Local channel. Jesse, who's next online, please?
I don't think, Stephanie Morgan.
Okay, Stephanie Morgan. Miss Morgan, good evening.
She's had her hand up for a while.
Oh, I bet she was.
Maybe. Stephanie?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I think my question was answered. I wanted to know what a new election was going to run the township, but I think that was answered. We don't know.
Correct.
We don't know.
That's it.
All right. So, okay, folks. I'm gonna close public comment. May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-206?
Motion.
Roll call vote.
Second.
Second, sorry, out of practice. Ms. Gaddy, roll call vote.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglow?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman?
Yes.
Thank you very much for passing this resolution, Township Committee.
Thank you.
Good luck, Christine.
Okay.
Good job, Mayor.
Is this my seat? There's other stuff happening in town that's really important.
Yes.
Oh, this is
okay,
the-
sorry.
Old business, downtown flood reports and updates. Ms. Leglo, you asked that this matter be brought up to the agenda.
I think we wound up covering a lot of that in reports.
Okay.
So, yeah. We good then? I think, are we good?
I
on-
just want an update on the, I know you said that you hadn't met with the Rahway River Mayor's Council, but when was the last time they met? And John Rushkey did, I want to know about the report, like, they hired
right,
John
that
Rushkey
2D.
and then
Right.
they didn't? They never, the mayor's,
She said 2D.
oh, I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
talking to,
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
talking
I'm,
about-
we're talking
One
about
at a
separate
time.
things.
Somehow.
So I'm
Okay,
talking
that's my
about
big pen.
for
That's
both
big
things.
pen.
I know that the flood
This is your big
mitigation,
pen? This one? Oh, you're big. I thought you said you're big.
My big,
so two things.
yes.
The Rahway Mayor's Council took the money that they were paying the lobbying firm
Hey, gentlemen in the
and
back,
gave it
please.
to Rushkey to work on that bypass. I mean, and when was the last time they met?
So,
And where's that report?
yeah,
Your microphone.
They did. And there's a draft report at this time with the Mayor's Railway. There is actually going to be a meeting within the next few weeks. They are still working with the Army Corps of Engineer. There's going to be a charrette at some point in the fall. And you've been a part of it, Ms. Prubis, but the Army Corps is waiting for approval on a particular agreement that they can start studying again. And so there is some delay there.
I just want to know if John has completed the work. that
He's done a
needs to be-
draft.
Okay,
He's done a draft report in which the Mayor's Railway has not yet been able to discuss with him. So that's what they're going to do next.
and there's when was the last time they had a meeting?
The last time they had a meeting was quite some time ago. I think it was in late March.
Okay, so John's, and then didn't we give John money for the flood mitigation?
Correct.
And what work did he do with that?
He's done the 2D modeling, the drainage project.
Okay,
Attended every single meeting of the flood mitigation group. And he has basically been available at any
that's
step.
cool.
of the
I
way.
was just wondering, so in the 2D modeling, that's what we had, and when that is what showed that removing footers building, because that the flood mitigation committee had gone down that path, removing it would actually cause more flooding on Millburn Avenue towards the deli.
Correct.
So that report,
But it wasn't just that too. The 2D modeling is also a tool to be utilized throughout this process. You decide that you want to try to put a wall here or something like that. You can use that modeling for those types of exercises as
to
well.
continue, yeah, but at some, so the 2D modeling, but there was a report on that based on those findings?
The report is a graphic that shows the 2D modeling result, which is the removal of the footer building is a decrease on Essex Street of 4.44 and an increase on Millburn Avenue of 0.53.
Got it. And is that up on the page?
I honestly do
Oh, the
not
sum-
know. what's
in
up
other
there.
words,
I
is the
thought I
sum-
had asked for it to be up, but I'd have to.
Is a summary on the page?
Is the graphic and the summary and some, yeah,
Is it
whatever
2D
his.
Is it 2D on the page, Alex?
I couldn't say for certain.
All right, let's just make sure that that's there.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that John summarized his findings, and that was his findings.
Right, I just want to make sure it's on the webpage. Okay.
But is there data to back up his findings? Like that should just be put there together. The data saying removing footers building would
Yeah.
result in this, not just a graph picture.
Well, that was the result, that was a summary of the 2D modeling, and that was John Rushkey and Mcdonald's finding to us, as we discussed. We had a meeting over this, and he spoke on this, and that was his conclusion. And the 2D modeling is evolving because the engineers on our flood mitigation committee keep working with it and keep adding data to it.
So
Well, what kind of data?
I
Mark,
think you're
oh.
trying hard to answer
Yeah.
that technically. I
Yeah,
think,
I'm not the right
Alex, you
technical
know the
person to
question
know.
that Ms. Egler is asking?
No.
Reach
Nope.
out to John Rushkey and get her technical
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
No, the technical answer is that the report is on the
Okay.
actual graphic. It states, because you put information into the model and it says
Right.
that if you remove the footer building, and if you recall, Ms. Egler, we also had a report back in 2020 that sort of indicated that without doing more than just removing
That
the
I
footer,
remember.
right? You had to modify the Millburn Avenue Bridge or
Right.
create some wall upstream or whatever, in addition to removing the footer building, which would give you a beneficial impact. And so this solidified that finding.
Okay, next thing, was there ever discussion, Richard or Sanjeev, about lowering like the cement, where they now have like a cement alleyway, so to
flume.
speak, the flume. And I remember Mr. Footer at a meeting saying there's so much cement that it's actually higher. Was there ever any talk? I mean, to break up that cement would be a
Well, there's
huge-
also like, it becomes like a run, like it
Yeah.
allows it to
Yeah.
flow even faster.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it's not, there's no traction. It's just like a water slide.
Just keep in mind that every action, there's a reaction. So whatever you open up, that water's traveling, is still traveling somewhere. So we have to be very
Yeah,
conscious.
there's a lot of back and forth conversation that had happened on the topic, and people are way too advanced who are working on this. And I think the latest that I'm hearing more, and I know that you're saying it is very difficult, and I understand that too. It is to somehow get the water out before the flood happens from the Orange Reservoir, and then hold it when the water comes in right there. That's the bypass that we are talking about. And I know it's tough, but we are going to try our
No,
best to
but
get
we're
it
talking
out.
about the flume by footers.
footer.
Like we're talking
Well,
about that
by
cement.
footer, I don't know how much I can say, but probably we can, right? In the closed session, we all five were there when we made the call on the.
No, we're talking about something completely different, not footers building.
I think what they're asking is that, was there anything discussed about the height of the concrete flume under the footer building? Because that may contribute. Again, not to my knowledge.
There was a
however-
bridge before that was
Yeah,
discussed, there was a
yeah.
bridge after that was discussed.
Correct.
I don't remember the footer building bridge was discussed.
Okay, so you guys made great progress with the South Mountain. Maybe we need to now concentrate on the downtown.
Well, Diane, why don't you go to the flood mitigation committee
Yeah.
tomorrow morning, and talk about the flume?
Yeah, let me invite, but by the way, I think that's great. At our meetings, you're both are invited to come give input and talk to the committee too. We're here.
Tomorrow morning, what time?
It's in 2 weeks.
It's in
Tomorrow
2
morning
weeks.
is
Yeah, it's not,
internal.
it's in
Oh,
so you have
okay.
time.
All right, so I'll go to the next meeting. Okay, the next thing that's really important is the JFK cell tower update. We had a bid spec ready to go. What is happening with that? I am constantly getting calls, people who live in the Poet section and
Yeah, let's
in
get it
town.
done. Can we get the tower up?
Get the tower. I mean, why is that tower? Why? It's not gonna take up, if you move the DPW or you move fields there, it takes 300 square feet of space, which is the size of some people's Short Hills kitchens. So why are we not sending that bid out? No, I'm serious.
Yeah, I was
This is a
actually,
community service. This is what we are here for.
I was actually, last time it was discussed, it was mentioned that the whole thing is on hold. And I was hoping for the whole thing update, where the DPW side, this tower, and the field will come up.
Okay, well, right now, let's.
If there is
talk-
anything that wants to go up there, I am not just for the tower. I would rather put a field there
No, but
or the
it's not-
DPW
If
there.
that's not comparable, like we should separate them
Well,
out.
especially if you're moving more stuff from here, we have to put it there.
Yeah, but we have a plan,
Yeah.
right?
But that plan was before even 9 Main Street came in picture.
All right, Alex,
Yeah.
it doesn't move, does that 9 Main Street, it's still moving the salt dome up there, right? So like, that's what we planned
That's
out
what
for.
clarity don't have. So that's
So,
what I would like to
I
have,
think-
what all is going there.
I think at the last meeting, I had indicated that there are two options to the township. One of them is the parking lot, vacant parking lot on Bleecker Street. And then one of them is JFK.
What we were going to work on and continue to work on is the costing out, the price of a salt dome at the JFK site, the price of a salt dome at that site, could be able to compare those two. To your point, Ms. Prupus, about the cell tower and Ms. Eglo, what has been done thus far with the cell tower is that bid specs were drawn up. However, they had Verizon, who was originally scoping out that site, had asked to be able to have site access to determine whether the 300 square foot, whether the site was suitable before we went out to bid. I have not heard back from them. I have followed up with Ed Gomez, who's my contact there. I've also asked him for an updated propagation map to ensure that whatever is done there actually has some impact to our residents. So I just want to make sure.
So you need to follow up with him.
Yes, and I sent him another email before the meeting tonight, and I'll make sure that I report back to the community.
Would there be somebody besides Verizon who, they all have to like sell space, rent space, so would T-Mobile or?
Yeah, there may be others that would be interested in it, but I think what we want to be sure of is to make sure that if we are going to go out to bid, that we have that spec right, because those are long-term leases and they're gonna, you want to just make sure that you have the right space, you have the right height, make sure that you're providing enough room for additional carriers and things like that.
And I know it's the thing that you want to get it there. All I can say is I'm more keen, again, it's just me. I'm more keen for seeing the whole project going there together.
I understand, but then you're gonna be delaying that cell tower.
That's fine, yeah.
Well, it's fine.
I'm fine with it.
But that's.
Okay, but maybe you're fine with it. Are you, can we get the cell tower done?
I hate to throw a monkey wrench in this, but I'm looking at this report that our citizen keeps bringing us. I mean, didn't we hear her speaking before about this 5G danger to the community? I mean, did we just drive by that? I mean, I know that we need, let me just say something for the record. I know that we need it. I know that we need better cell service. It's obvious we need it. But I'm just saying, you're gonna have a field there with kids and you want to put in this multi-cell tower. I mean, I'm just throwing it up there.
I'm throwing it at the community. I am on your behalf trying to get you better cell service throughout this town. Okay, that's it.
Okay, then we're gonna go to new business. Ms. Eglo, you wanted to talk about an open space tax.
Yes, so you touched on this. I will be going with Priya Patel down to NJIT, I think it's on, I don't know, what date, 20th, talk about what can be done at that site, at the Exxon station. She had made some suggestions like it could be EV charging stations. I can't really see a park right there, but if it could be utilized maybe with charging stations, we have to find out. But if this could be paid for, and we brought up open space tax in the past, but you need to have a place to put the money. If it's like half a percentage on $100,000, whatever, it's not like a huge hit on the people. But if it puts money into a fund that could either, for instance, put lights up at Gero Park, that's give you more fields, Gero Park is there, but we have to get the money and then there maybe could be matching grants. So Priya Patel and Reed of the Environmental Commission, they were going to be prepared to come to the next meeting on September 20th and make a presentation. Just talking about what open space tax means to the community, what it could cost the community, and what could be done with that money.
And I know the Environmental Commission talked a lot about this last year. So this is just like an ongoing conversation.
Right.
So you're proposing an extra tax on the township residents?
Well, it depends how you couch that, but it would be, they would really be able to talk about, it's like half a penny. I don't have the figure, so I'm not going to make it up, but it's not like thousands of dollars. It could be $150 a year if you have $1 million. I don't know. You can keep recording, Gene. I don't have the numbers. Gotcha. But we will have that for you. Did you give me the finger? I do. So we would have that if they would be prepared on September 20th to come make a presentation. Most every town in Essex County has this. We pay into Essex County open space tax. And as we said before, Essex County doesn't give us any of our money back. So you might have to take it as a way to protect whatever open space we have left. So they would like to come and make a presentation and say what this means to the community, what the benefits are and what the shortfalls could be. That's what that was.
So I have a question. with an open space tax, Alex, are you limited on what you can use that for?
I'm sure in some way, yeah.
Yeah,
You're limited on
but
what you
it's
can use it
interesting that it's weird. I mean, I think it's weird, but recreation, you can actually use it towards
Yes.
recreation.
You can use it for lights and recreation.
You
for
can
open
use
space
it towards
tax?
recreation.
Lights, not land, lights.
Improvements on your recreation.
Can we put like a tennis court or a pickleball court there?
I don't.
With that
Yes, you can. You like it can be for, well, definitely a field.
They should come.
You can use it for a field.
Yes, if you amass enough money, I think that is why they would like to come.
They should come talk about it.
Right, but it's just like a prelude to let you know that they would like to come on the September 20th meeting and talk about that. More details from them as the experts on this.
I'm just always concerned when we pay the highest taxes in the county that we're throwing another tax on people in the town.
But let's find out. It could be.
They're also coming though already to speak. The Environmental Commission is coming to speak on what's the date?
October
for the
But this is something different. So why don't we invite them?
They've been
and-
wanting to talk about this for so
Years.
long.
When
I
was-
think you should let
yeah.
them come and just talk about it.
Yeah.
They've never said anything at the Environmental Commission meetings that I've attended this year. That's why this is all new to me. But I'm always concerned taxing people.
Well, let's find out what it means. Let's have them come on September 20th.
Richard, how do you feel about that?
You know, I'm not
You spoke
opposed.
to Priya about it last
Can I
year, right?
finish what I was gonna
Yeah,
say?
yeah, sorry.
Like I was gonna say, I'm not opposed to carving out time and hearing it. So I'm okay if they want to make a presentation, but it should be, you know, with so much work. I mean, I'm okay.
Yeah, and Priya is gonna want to have more, she's gonna talk about the Exxon station on the corner there at the same time.
She and I've been in conversation.
So this is part of that. So it's not like they haven't talked about it. And that money has to come from somewhere. Does it come from brownfields if we buy it from them? If they're willing to sell it, do we condemn it? We don't know these answers.
Well, that's what we talked about earlier.
Exactly,
And maybe
okay.
getting money back from the county for open space. I
Exactly,
don't know.
yeah.
That would
I
be
mean,
nice.
that's 20 million we've given them since '09.
Yep,
Let's get
and
some
they
money
paint a
back.
bridge for us. Okay, so that was that. Can I go on to the next
Okay,
thing?
Diane, you wanted to talk about liquor license limits for Millburn.
Okay, so this is something that, I'm not the only one talking about this. We hear from restaurant owners. Alex, a couple of years ago, we had Assemblyman McKean talk to us. This is an ongoing conversation with Ms. Gaddy's office. This could be a really good use of a subcommittee. Why does the Short Hills Mall own as many liquor licenses or more than our entire downtown? Is there a way to, this is all ABC regulated, I get it, legislature in Trenton, but is there a way that we could get a way to break out those liquor licenses? This would take a subcommittee, this would take a lot of work. I know Ms. Gaddy's office has information on this. But if we don't talk about it, it's certainly not gonna happen.
Did they talk about it at the bid?
You're actually asking for changing the legislation?
Over
The liquor
You
license.
gotta start somewhere.
Start for affordable housing. Change the legislation.
It just did it. so-
That is more important than a liquor
They haven't
license here.
engaged yet.
Really
they
ask
don't.
our restaurateurs if they would love to have a liquor license.
Well, see all the residents here, they always talk about affordable housing, how it's messing
We're
up the whole
talking,
town.
okay.
Let's start there on the
You
legislation.
want that. You want-
Diane, they're
Yeah.
talking about it at the sit.
They are
Well,
talking
and-
about
So Explore is talking about this,
Okay.
and I know that your common lot is,
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
the common lot was spearheading this whole effort. They wanted a license, special license. I don't know exactly what they were trying to get exactly, but they were spearheading this whole thing. They were talking a lot of their neighbors.
Did they meet with Miss Gaddy and try to get the information that town has investigated?
I can't speak to that.
Steve,
I can't speak to that,
Well,
but
it should be
I
coordinated.
know that Mr. Grillo has spoken to Common Lot. I know that he's in touch with many of the restaurants. I don't know, I really can't report more than that right now.
Okay.
well, Alex, do you know, like,
Yeah.
is that a possibility for us to separate the mall
So
from the?
I'll just speak to the fact that no matter which way you slice this issue, it's a very heavy lift. But there was a conversation with Assemblyman McKeon about stating that those municipalities with a mall would not be penalized
by the mall having liquor licenses. In other words, the mall has liquor licenses because they have the funds to buy liquor licenses.
Yeah.
And they can, and again, right or wrong or whatever, however you feel about it, but that was a question. And from my understanding, they have attempted to draft, I mean, it's very simple sort of legislation, but at this point it has gone nowhere.
Can we do this without without the state level?
No.
Because ABC.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We will
so we really, like, the best thing for Diana to do would work with McKeon on this. And Steve Grillo, maybe if you could get some restaurants together, get a group and work with McKeon.
That was attempted by Commonwealth as well.
You should speak to Steve
Yeah.
and find out where he's at in terms of his.
Okay, I will do that. Okay.
Before you go to the next topic, may I ask? If we are talking to John McKeon about anything, I think we need to rechannelize our energy to get some bill that can change the affordable housing. Two biggest issue we have
Go
in
for it,
town
Sanjeev.
is affordable housing and flood mitigation.
Yeah.
You're going for John McKeon anyways, so go for this one rather than
Don't tell
going
me what
for
to do. But
consumer.
What do you?
Right, I mean.
What are you talking to me for? What are you talking about?
You just
I
made the
thought Diana
comment, go
would do
for it. All I'm saying is,
That
if
might be-
anything, if we want to ask for our assemblyman, go ask for
But that's
affordable
something
housing
he's
change.
working on, Sanjeev. Did you hear what Alex said? He's working on it.
Working on what?
No.
Affordable housing?
On
No,
the
he didn't.
liquor license.
It
He-
didn't go anywhere.
He did something and
If
then
you want
it
to
had
go.
energize or soul,
Trying to say-
channelize your energy, affordable housing is the place to go. You keep talking about
Sanjeev, do you want to
renegotiating.
revote the settlement?
No,
Do you wanna take
you
a-
keep talking about renegotiation.
Do you want to renegotiate the settlement? We can do that. We don't need McKeon. We could do that right now.
So you.
I'll put a motion on the table. I'd like to put a motion on the table to renegotiate, to go back to our attorney, to renegotiate the settlement with Fair Share Housing.
Would you?
That's the motion. I
would
just
you-
put a motion on the
no,
table.
Would you and
Brad,
Diane
I just put a
negotiate
motion
this
on the
for
table.
us?
I just put a motion on the
No,
table.
would you leave?
That's not how it goes.
No, would you leave?
That's
I have
not
a
how it
question to
goes.
ask.
Do you have any
Yeah.
question?
Okay, I have a question to ask.
Yeah.
Would you and Ms. Ego lead this effort and renegotiate it?
Absolutely.
You'll put us on the
Okay.
subcommittee?
Wait a second, are you saying that I can have Ed Buzak and I'll work, Diana and me will work with Ed Buzak to renegotiate the settlement with Fair Share Housing?
Is that the motion on the table?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
Oh my God, wow. Oh my God, wait a second.
And I would second it.
Roll call vote.
We can renegotiate the settlement?
You can.
Oh my God.
You have a hold on.
Do you
Only
understand?
you
Hold on.
and Ms.
hold
Ego
on.
is leading because you both.
Absolutely.
Actually,
We've
you
been
made
asking
me
for
sign
this since January. Oh my God.
Hold on.
All right,
Excuse
motion.
me,
No, it's
excuse
done.
me, hold on.
Wait, what are we
Excuse me.
holding?
Excuse me. Just 1 minute, please.
I just,
Fine.
Excuse me.
Yes for you.
May I speak, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
this is amazing.
I think what I'm hearing, I just want to be crystal clear about this. Ms. Prupus, you put a motion on the table
To
that
renegotiate
you
the
were going to go
settlement.
back and revisit with Diane Eglow. You
And
wish,
Ed Buzak
excuse
on
me, may
behalf-
I speak? Let me speak.
Don't
Let me speak.
reclaim my
I'm
motion.
asking you.
You're
I'm-
wrong. Whatever
I'm
you're
asking
saying is
you-
wrong.
But
Whatever you're
you-
gonna say is
I-
wrong.
You
You're not
want,
going to get the vote yes unless this is clear.
I just
Yeah.
need to
Okay.
be clear.
Okay, you be clear.
You are putting on the table that you wish to revisit with Ms. Eglow, and you'll both be in charge of revisiting the Fair Share Housing Agreement with Fair Share Housing, that you will go back, you're saying that you and Ms. Eglow, because you've done this twice now already. So this is the third time you're saying that you want to revisit going back to Fair Share Housing to revisit the negotiations for the Fair Share Housing. Is that what you've just
If
said?
that is the case, I'm voting for it today.
And I'll second it.
Wow.
Go for it.
Roll call vote,
Interesting.
please.
Wait, hold on. Oh, are you making the motion?
No, you made the
You
motion.
had a
You need to
first
make
and a
your motion
second.
extremely clear. That.
You and Diane are gonna go.
Hold
back
on.
to it.
So,
The cold feet now.
No, she's not. She
What?
just needs- no, she needs
Go
to
for it.
make the
Hold
motion
on.
clear, that's all.
so I'm gonna make my motion very clear. So basically, Millburn Township, right? Well, first of all, it's kind of crazy that this is all happening at 11:03.
It always happens. It always happens.
So. Wait, I want to wait for a second. So you're saying right now that we can go back. So we're gonna,
You're going to revisit.
wait, hold on. So don't put words in my mouth. No. So Millburn Township is going to say that they want to renegotiate. So Diane and I, on behalf of Millburn Township, are going to go to Fair Share Housing and say, we want to renegotiate the settlement.
You can talk for others. You have my
Set
vote.
aside the
Revisit.
existing settlement.
No, no.
You're gonna revisit.
Why are you putting word? That's not my motion.
We're just trying to clarify.
No, I think I was very clear.
No, I mean.
I think I was just very clear. That is my motion. Like, I was very
We
clear.
just want to make sure we all have the right understanding.
Okay. So should I do it again?
Yeah, I would do it again.
I'm gonna write it down.
Okay, I just want to, as we're talking.
Oh, yeah,
we
because you
want
might
to-
not want to do.
We want to set aside the settlement agreement as it was negotiated with by Maggie and Richard and through Beth McManus.
Oh, wait, first we want to fire Beth McManus. My motion is absolutely to fire Beth McManus and, well, that's what I want to do. I want to fire Beth McManus. I want to fire Ed Buzak because they're not negotiating on behalf, I think they screwed us. I think they're conflicted and they did not absolutely negotiate on our behalf in Millburn Township. So that is part of me renegotiating the
You're not
settlement.
getting my vote for that.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Okay. I guess,
You
what is
want to
that?
You have a motion where you and Diane were
If
gonna
you wanna
go
go
back
back
to
and revisit it,
to revisit it and talk to
Yeah, no, no.
Okay, we have to first
I
agree
know-
to set aside as a committee.
I
we
don't
need a
think
third
she's
vote.
clear on what she wants.
I just
But
said I was very
anyways,
clear and you said you
don't
weren't.
have
I
to.
said I want to fire Beth
Yeah,
McManus.
I'm not ready
and
for
I
that.
want to fire Ed Buzak.
I am not
I
ready
need
for
a second
anything. First,
opinion.
you want to go.
My
spearhead,
motion
both
is
of
for a
you.
second opinion. I need a second opinion to look at the settlement. That is my motion.
So you're being given the opportunity to
My
go back
motion-
and revisit.
My
and you don't
motion,
wish to do it.
not with those people, not with your professionals who totally are conflicted and screwed Millburn Township. No, Maggie, I don't want them.
So you're not going, so
wait,
somebody's
I
giving
just
you
said
the
my motion.
opportunity to revisit and you don't want to.
Maggie,
revisit.
don't
You
put
really
words in my
don't.
mouth. Well,
Because you
no,
don't.
Maggie.
Because you
know,
don't.
I
You
do
don't
want
wanna
to,
revisit.
but not
No, you
with
don't.
Ed Buzak or
No,
Beth
you don't.
McManus because
You're
they are
going
awful.
back-
Stop telling, you know what, Maggie, I'm done.
We already put that you could have gone back to Fair Share 2 meetings ago. We told you to go back to Fair Share.
On
and you
behalf
didn't
of
want to.
Tire Purpose, no, that's not what, and
So-
Brad, what did you
Brad-
say? You said that was not okay, that I
If
could
you
not go.
wish to go
Right,
back,
Brad?
if you and
Not as
Diane
Tire
want to go
Purpose.
back and
What-
revisit
Oh, Maggie,
with
you're
Fair Share.
ridiculous.
No,
Move
no,
on.
no, you
I'm
don't
done.
want to. You don't want to.
I do. Oh,
No, you
Maggie,
don't. You
I want to
pretend
fire
you
Ed
do.
Buzak.
You
I
wanna
want to
pretend
fire Beth
the motion
McManus.
was- the
And
motion
that
was-
wasn't
who's setting the motion?
But when you.
I
the
can
motion
set
that you
whatever,
made,
you know what? You guys are
you're saying
ridiculous.
you
I
made
can
a
set whatever
that
motion I
you
want. I'm
and-
done.
You and
The
Diane
only
wanted
way
to
this
go
would
back.
work, Mr.
Don't
Washington,
tell
is
me
if
what
the
I need to
town-
do. You're not even going to be here next year. Just
You
stop.
know that the renegotiation wouldn't go in the right direction.
I don't want Ed
You
Buzak.
are the one who
Oh.
told me to sign that in the first place a year ago.
I did
It's
say
not
it a
you
year
told
ago.
me, you
Before
convinced me.
I did say it a year ago.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Because we were lied to. I'll tell you why. We were lied to by our professionals. I did sign it under duress. I thought it was the best thing. And you know what? I
And
was
that's
wrong.
what I did too.
And I said it over and over and over again.
You say
I-
you did it under duress.
I was duress. I absolutely signed it under duress.
Okay, the first step, I believe, Mr. Carney, the first thing would be, we would need this township committee to agree to set aside the settlement as it was
We need
signed.
new counsel,
No.
Diane.
There's a,
How can we renegotiate? Let's
you
move
go
set
revisit
aside.
it because there's a paragraph in the settlement that says either person could go back. So you have been saying I just want to be crystal clear about this, for 2 meetings, you've been saying you wanted to revisit this and go back to Fair Share.
I do.
told you to do
As
it.
Millburn
Excuse me,
Township-
I'm
No,
speaking.
I don't, you know,
I'm
I'm
speaking.
speaking.
I'm
Who would you
speaking.
hire?
Have some manners,
What?
Who
Tara.
would you hire?
I would hire a different attorney.
Mhm.
And that is?
I don't know. I'd go out and I'd put it out there.
Please,
And I
we
say
have to-
Millburn is hiring a new attorney to fight the fair share housing agreement that we signed.
And what I'm suggesting is
And
you go
that's what I
back
would
and
do.
revisit. Go back and revisit. Go to Fair Share, the 2 of you. Sanjeev has agreed to have the 2 of you go back to
Yeah.
Fair Share, revisit the program, say, you know what? The township residents aren't happy. We're not happy. In fact, you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone because there's the overlay zone of Canoe Brook that I can't vote on. So you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You have 10
I need to
years of
speak to an attorney
You have 10
about
years
this before I do.
experience between the 2 of you.
Yep.
Diane, for 3 years, you sat on that committee. You're the one who negotiated the Woodland Road project next to the Arboretum. You have intimate knowledge of how these people work. So how about it?
So we have to go to Fair, they have to agree to meet with us as representing the entire township
That's
committee.
right. That's exactly right.
With our
That's it.
attorney, like we need
So
an
yes,
attorney.
And
So
Buzak
take-
said he would
so
not.
take-
Right, Ed
Take
Buzak
the
told me
risk.
he would quit.
So
He
take
said he
the
would
risk.
quit if we renegotiated, so now Ed Buzak is gonna
Maybe
quit.
you'll get your way.
You do negotiate with us. Fair Share, every single meeting that we were in with Fair Share Housing, Marizetti Falcone was there representing us as well.
Brad, are you comfortable in that role?
I don't know if I am. I'll tell you why.
Tell us.
You've got a compliance hearing come up on the 16th.
Mhm,
You have a settlement agreement that's gone through a fairness hearing
mhm.
in court. The judge has approved it after the fairness hearing.
A year ago, we signed it, all five of us.
Yeah.
And they keep
I tried
talking,
to do this back in, I don't know, we've been trying to do it all year. What made you change your mind, Sanjeev?
because you keep talking and I'm giving you a chance. Now you're.
Now,
Well,
so,
you're
oh,
gonna
so
change
as long
it
as we keep on talking about it, then you're gonna change your mind?
He's
Okay,
saying you could.
Listen, you don't want to, don't take it.
I want a new attorney. I need a new attorney.
Go
So
for it.
I can hire, oh, wait,
Go for
Sanjeev
it.
just said we could fire Ed Buzak and, done.
You-
My motion is to fire Ed Buzak and hire a new attorney. The motion's on the table. Diane, do I have a
If they do
second?
meeting, whatever they want to do, let them do it. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I did. I just put a motion on the table to fire Ed Buzak, to hire a new attorney. and to
I feel
revisit the
very
settlement.
uncomfortable
I
with the
don't
whole
think-
thing.
Here's the thing.
You
And I have been.
should, you should. You totally sold the town out. You've been fighting it for the whole, saying,
We all
signing it for the whole
that's
year.
not fair.
Bring it back.
It is, it is.
We also,
We were talking about this back in January. Now you're coming around. Now the motion's out there. I put the motion out the last time I was here in June to fire
Something about
You don't-
firing.
Ed Buzak. It is. He gave us awful, he's conflicted. Okay, Kit was telling us that we can't talk about it. We can't talk about it with the
Listen,
residents.
unless
We were
you-
given such bad advice.
Why don't you get a new attorney?
We have to go through
And-
RFP. Gee, we
And
can't
you have
just
a
hire an
compliance,
attorney.
and you have a
You
compliance.
cannot have
hearing.
no attorney and go back to renegotiate. What are you going to renegotiate? If you want to renegotiate, just say you want to renegotiate and go for it. Then you can do whatever you want.
We have to go. for
Okay,
RFP.
totally. You know what? We will have another meeting. I'm going to talk to the judge. I'm going to talk to attorneys and we'll come back and we will talk about it.
And then
Totally.
compliance meeting has already happened and then you'll come back. Let's see.
Well, I'm gonna
what
actually
damage
tell
we
the
get.
judge that this all happened. He can watch it. Got permission from you and
No, there is
you,
no
that you
motion
guys
on
were
the table
fine with
yet.
us doing it. The judge is gonna see all this.
But the motion.
The judge will see it all. The motion's on the table. Right. Okay, so the motion's on the table. Is there
Then
a
you have to
second?
Renegotiate. Not
What
fighting
is the
first.
motion?
The motion is to fire Ed Buzak.
No, again, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that is
If you
part of
want
my
an attorney,
motion.
how will you go into
Why
compliance
don't,
meeting?
why don't you just go, why don't you guys, if you guys are the subcommittee, and I say, and I say this sincerely, if you guys are the subcommittee, why can't you be an authorized subcommittee and go make an appointment with Fair Share and talk to them?
Alex
Because
said go
they- we have, that's not, we need an attorney. Yeah, like, are you crazy? This
You
is
need an
ridiculous.
attorney, but you have to
We
have
need an attorney.
first.
Yeah,
So for,
so I want to fire Ed Buzak. That's my motion.
yeah,
I motion to fire Ed
it's
Buzak.
a no.
Compliance
That's a no for
hearing,
me right
yeah.
now.
You have a
Okay.
compliance
You can't
hearing.
fire an
Sanjeev, you're
attorney
doing this to
and go to
CYA. You want to look good for your community. You're being recalled. You know what?
Oh, I am
Yeah, but what
recalled.
you-
It's fine.
what you're
It's a
gonna go-
disturbance.
But you're gonna
And
go-
Okay, Sanjeev.
But you're gonna go to
Whatever they do
compliance
with me,
hearing
it's
without-
fine with me.
No, that's why I want to fire Buzak and
But
hire
who's
a new
gonna-
attorney.
but Who's gonna represent?
Great, we'll put on RFP out. We'll get a new attorney. We'll
By the
get a new
16th,
attorney,
by the
sure.
16th?
Exactly.
By the 16th?
Yeah. Yeah, you found Beth McManus in like a minute. What is that, Jerry? What is? Oh, interesting. I would love to see that article. Can you bring that up here, please?
No. Excuse
Oh,
me.
no?
We have, if you don't have a motion
I
on the
do.
floor,
My motion is to fire Ed Buzak.
Is there a second?
is there a second?
second.
Wow, Diane, thanks.
Roll call vote, please.
Oh, boy. Give me 1 second. Ms. Purpose, yes.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
No.
Mr. Wasserman?
No.
We need
Mayor
an
Miggins?
attorney to go.
No.
Yes.
No, but but you can put your motion back on the table, and Ms. Egler, if you want to go try and renegotiate.
We need an attorney, Maggie. You can't negotiate it without an attorney.
We also have other.
Exactly my point.
Oh my
You cannot
God.
file an attorney and go there.
Oh my God.
Because for twice these.
Is this meeting over yet?
No, it's not, and I'm speaking.
Oh my God, I'm about to leave.
Twice
This is
these people have
ridiculous.
come up and said that they wanted to renegotiate. Mr. Benayak is giving them the opportunity to renegotiate.
I would renegotiate with a new
And I
attorney.
sec- and I
I think our
And you
attorney.
seconded.
How are you going to go to the compliance meeting?
Yeah, the motion is to renegotiate it with a new attorney.
Are you
Yeah,
not
you can't
capable
go
of
there and
negotiating
come
it
back
yourself,
with
Ms.
you.
Booth?
I am not an attorney. Oh my
You're
God.
not capable.
Unreal. Did you? Yeah, exactly. Did you negotiate it by yourself? Did you sit there and negotiate? I get they did. These two negotiated it by themselves and we are screwed.
Move on to draft dumpster over there.
Yeah, I think so. They've negotiated it by themselves
No,
without
we
an
did not.
attorney. Oh, you didn't?
But why
Oh,
wouldn't you
it's good
just have the
advice.
attorney
Hmm.
that we've had?
Because he's
representing us?
conflicted us and he screwed us. And I tried to fire him 2 months ago.
Okay, so.
Okay, so we
It'll happen
heard
next year.
that she wants to renegotiate, but she doesn't want to renegotiate.
Oh, Sanjeev, shut up.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
I know. New counsel, Sanjeev.
No, no.
Ridiculous that you guys, all of you did this in your time. Take a 5-minute break.
Let's just go to draft dumpster ordinance. You know, it's
Okay.
11:15.
Yeah, let's.
Draft dumpster ordinance, Ms. Eglo.
Okay,
All of you, each and every one of you.
Ms. Eglo, you have
Okay.
on here the draft dumpster ordinance.
okay, did Graham send me something, Alex?
He did. He sent a brief explanation about how the draft dumpster ordinance, what we're actually doing is we're addressing this in the DRC process.
Okay.
So that when commercial properties have to go before the development review committee, they will then have a site plan review and that issue must be addressed in site plan
Okay,
review.
and I guess my concern was what happens to the existing, we're able to get some cleaning up behind the standard, what happens behind, I'm not gonna call out restaurants by name, but
Yeah.
everybody knows where
Yeah.
there's dumpsters that are overflowing, that are loose, and what can we do to be, go back and make sure there's something that all businesses must comply with? Not just new businesses coming in.
See,
That's what I'm asking.
it's difficult because you're gonna have a tough time making a one size fits all type of ordinance when it comes to refuse. And you can't then go back to those businesses that have already had sort of approval and say, well, now you can't comply with the dumpster thing. You're no longer in compliance. You need to get a variance or whatever it might be. But I think that to your point, one thing you can do is look at the current ordinances when it comes to trash, right?
Okay.
Like you know, I think we had even talked about like, you know, making sure that even residents put everything in a container, right? Stuff like that.
Right.
But it's going to be very difficult to have a one size fits all. And if there are particular issues, then attempt to address those in a similar fashion where the CID, myself, or code enforcement are trying to work with those businesses if it's creating a public nuisance. The issue is that too, like, and I've already been through this year, is that, you know, you can get into battles like, and you don't want to get involved in tenant to landlord issues.
Okay, so I guess it's really then comes back to a lot of things. It's code enforcement, like a dumpster behind any particular restaurant should not be allowed to be overflowing. It should not be able to have, you know, there's got to be rules that if their garbage is overflowing on a regular basis, they need to have 2 dumpsters. Like there's got to be something.
Or picked up more frequently.
Right. So I think that code enforcement starts with that. I mean,
The
there's just
DRC will be
concerns. The DRC will be helpful, and then, yeah, okay, very late. Okay. These are things that are happening in town besides fair share housing and flood mitigation. There's a lot going on in town.
May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?